Good evening, everyone. Before we begin the meeting, I'd like to take a moment to review our emergency procedures. In the event of an emergency, please remain calm and follow the instructions of the meeting facilitators. Here are the key points to keep in mind. Emergency exits. Please familiarize yourself with where the closest exit is in case there is need to evacuate the room. In the event of a fire alarm or other immediate threats, please exit the building in an orderly manner and proceed to the designated assembly area located at the front of the building where you parked. If you or someone else requires medical assistance during the meeting, please notify a staff member immediately so we can assist. Should an emergency arise that disrupts the meeting, such as severe weather, we will follow the district's emergency protocols and communicate next steps to everyone promptly. Thank you for the attention to these procedures. We will now begin the meeting.
Alice Delakia,
Here.
Anna Smith,
Here.
Sade Fashokun,
Here.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Paul Gauthier,
Here.
Nikosi Nelson,
Here.
Francesca Romans. Here.
It is 6:15 p.m. and with the quorum of the board present, I call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. It is my pleasure to welcome Cadet Technical Sergeant Danielle Gray to lead the pledges tonight. Cadet Gray is the daughter of Nicole Saville and Christopher Gray and a sophomore at Leander High School. Cadet Gray is a flight chief in Leander High School AFJROTC program and an active participant in the Color Guard. After school, she plans to join the Air Force. Well done, Cadet Gray.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'll join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
Thank you again, Cadet Gray. If we all could give her a round of applause. Now we're going to move on to our Spotlight on Learning and hear from a few early college high school students. Come on up, early college.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent Gearing. I'm Kimberly Payne, Assistant Principal at Early College High School, joined today by Dr. Currier, our principal, and 4 of our outstanding Early College High School scholars. I'd like to begin by highlighting the purpose of Texas Early College High Schools as outlined in the TEA's Early College High School Blueprint. ECH programs provide students who face barriers to college enrollment with a unique opportunity to earn both a high school diploma and up to 60 college credit hours or an associate's degree at no cost to them. By offering free dual credit courses, rigorous instruction, and personalized support services, early college high schools bridge the gap between high school and college, reducing barriers to college access. Notably, 70% of our early college scholars were BC students while in middle school, yet they've achieved remarkable success. To date, our students have completed over 900 courses, earned almost 2,800 college credits, with another 557 concurrent class enrollments in progress now. Leander ISD schools provide remarkable learning experiences and opportunities over 42,000 students. Early College High School is a microcosm of Leander ISD, providing a small high school learning community that serves all 9 middle schools. We are currently in the midst of recruiting for our 4th cohort. Tonight, we have the privilege of hearing from 4 of our scholars who will share their personal experiences and the ways in which Early College High School has supported their academic success.
Good evening. I'm Margarita Watajak. I'm a junior at Early College High School. I'm an immigrant from Belarus, moving here in the 6th grade during COVID time. Before we moved, I was a competitive ice skater and spoke Russian. School is harder in Belarus, but I had to learn everything in the United States in English. I didn't want to go to ECHS because I wanted to be on a dance team in high school. I didn't apply to ECHS. I thought it would be too hard. But my mom completed the application and I wrote the 2 essays. The biggest challenge for me at ECHS was the TSI and STAR tests. At first, I didn't want to pass the TSI because I wanted to go to my regular high school. But at one point, I understood the benefits of the school. I am now taking 4 college courses. My greatest celebration was when I got enough score on STAR to do ACC classes. Teachers in high school tried to scare us, saying that college will be much harder. But I don't find that to be true. Professors are easy to talk to and they treat me like an adult learner. I think that no matter where I went to high school, I would have taken advanced classes because this is my family expectation. But at ECHS, I'm earning more college credits. Passing the reading TSI was hard. I went to TSI prep with Miss Willing. She found lots of resources, including YouTube videos that explained why certain answers were right and others were wrong. That helped me a lot. I would recommend ECHS to anyone who wants to finish high school and college faster. Next May, I will graduate with both a high school diploma and an ACC associate degree. After ECHS, I plan to go to university, maybe UT, to study computer science. Thank you for your time this evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Robert Murtha Mendoza. I'm a junior at Early College High School. To be honest, I didn't sign up for ECHS. It wasn't my choice at all. My mom filled out the application and I wrote the 2 essays. I was nervous, but my mom wanted me to give it a try. I'm the first child in my family to go to college, and now I'm taking my 4th and 5th college classes. TSI was one of my most difficult requirements to continue on at ECHS. My vocabulary wasn't that large, and we could not use a dictionary on this test. So I had to work hard on reading. In my TSI prep sessions, there were lots of resources like Khan Academy, one from CCRSM that Dr. Payne shared with us, and others from Miss Swilling. Swilling made me think about deeper things and write more complex sentences. She increased my confidence and made me believe in myself. Another challenge was trying to balance sports and a job with trying to study at home. I would go to practice right after school and then wouldn't arrive home until late at night, usually being exhausted. We learned time management in AVID, and then I took a short break from soccer to focus on school. Despite these obstacles, I kept trying. The determination paid off. I passed my first 3 college classes with 2 B's and an A. If I was in ECHS, I don't think I would be taking any advanced college classes. Now I'm confident to taking challenging college classes. Another thing that was positive was the size of the school. Moving from a crowded school to a school with about 300 people was a good transition because it helps everyone get to know each other way more than if you were at your typical high school. I didn't see myself as a college student before coming to ECHS, but now I am a college student. I plan on going into trade school for welding or electrician, or even a program that is provided by ACC but at different campuses, which requires a high school diploma that I'm getting from ECHS. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. I'm Mike Langston, a junior at Early College High School, part of the Legacy class. I'm the first generation to go and finish college as work towards a bachelor's. When I first heard of Early College High School, I thought of it as a nerd school. I thought I never would have belonged. Never would I believe to be here now, specifically at this school, because I was a student that had never seen themselves getting into something like this. This school, being my 13th, has changed my mind entirely, showing that you don't have to be a nerd to go to a certain school. You don't have to specify yourself to a certain group or clique when this school accepts everybody and their counterparts, and that is where this community has accepted me as a person. I watched the school build up from the ground, watching everything grow and everybody grow, and still the school doesn't cease to amaze. The school has let the Legacy class, the first classes of the school, to take charge and lead throughout the 3 years it's been open. Early College provides the most amazing program for those whose parents struggle with money, who aren't able to afford college. All that the students have to do is work a little bit harder. Early College differs from traditional high schools. Everybody is still a student and the teachers are still teachers, yet one thing that differs is the teachers specifically. The teachers do their best to understand the students to just above a personal level, knowing how to fix any academic-led problems and reminding that early college can be a home. This has rung true to me, proving to be a home away from home. Early in my school years, I hadn't spent more than a year at each school, moving throughout, never finding a place, the teachers not understanding quite what to do with me. Continuing here at Early College, the teachers show an understanding to those with disorders such as ADHD or ADD, understanding to that personal level. The teachers here know how to help the kids with their own personal needs. For example, Mr. Aguilar, a computer science and geometry teacher at Early College, knows how to explain everything in the simplest terms for those to understand, having plenty of time for one-on-ones with the students, as well as knowing everything specifically that is needed to be taught as a proper subject. The biggest challenge I faced coming to the school was understanding the schedules of both high school and college. College work is easy enough to follow through, at most times easier than high school. To finish at the school would make everything I've dreamed of being at schools complete, especially since it's helping me after I graduate. Early College provides the associate's degree, helping me start my career for when I enter the Army and continuing college work while being there. All in all, I would definitely recommend the school to anybody who would be interested, as it comes as a great help to those in need with financial struggles or just wanting to join the community.
Hello, my name is Nadia, and I'm a 10th grade student. I started at Early College High School at the beginning of the school year as a transfer student. The majority of my early education was in charter schools. After many years of this, I moved to homeschooling for a variety of reasons, from high stress levels to bullying to difficulty focusing. The challenges I had in middle school pushed me to homeschooling. Overall, I enjoyed homeschooling because of the flexible schedule and the comfortable environment. As I got older, I started to miss being in a classroom full of peers and teachers. This showed me I was ready to leave homeschooling. While looking into schools, my family and I came across ECHS, and it stood out to us because of the opportunity to graduate with an associate's degree and a high school diploma. Everyone seemed to focus on their education and their futures. To pursue this opportunity, I applied to the school and began preparing for the TSI. Because I was joining the school as a sophomore, I had to pass the TSI in order to attend the school. The first time I took the test, I passed the multiple choice section, but I failed the essay. Since I passed one of the sections, I was able to retake the essay. I spent a month of the summer improving my writing skills, and when it was time for me to take the test again, I passed the essay section and gained entrance to ECHS. I was nervous about my transition to the school, but it ended up being easy with the help of the guidance counselor and the teachers. After attending the school for a little while, I noticed that with it being a smaller school, the teachers know a lot more about their students and the way they learn. I only knew one student when I transferred, and I've had no classes with her. Instead, I've made many other friends and learned to work with other people. I passed my first Austin Community College class in the fall, which was humanities. I learned that humanities covers history, art, and culture, and it requires a lot of writing. I'm taking 2 ACC classes this spring, EDUC and Humanities Part 2. I really love all of my high school and college classes. ECHS inspires me to plan for a successful future by pushing me to meet high standards. In my future, I would like to continue my studies at ACC and become an ultrasound technician. So far, I'm having a positive experience at ECHS thanks to the community that supports my growth.
Good evening, Board. My name is Clay Courier, as Dr. Payne said earlier. And so our charge that we have in this district, as we've heard at the board meetings and we've heard Dr. Gearing talk about, is our charge is to not to prepare our students for something, but to have them be prepared for anything. And I think that you can start to hear that in some of these stories that you're hearing tonight. So Leander ISD has some amazing schools, all the way from elementary to high school. But one thing that makes ECHS a little bit different, and you're hearing this tonight, is we're graded a little bit differently by the state. We're graded on 3 different things: access, attainment, and achievement. Access means that we're going out and we're recruiting the right students according to what TEA tells us are supposed to be our metrics. And those are students that typically have low enrollment directly to an institute of higher education. Attainment means that we work with Austin Community College and Leander ISD to build a marriage and a scaffold of supports to make sure that anybody who comes to the campus gets the support they need to be able to achieve that last piece, their high school diploma, along with their associates, or Core 42 being complete, which means 42 college hours in the state of Texas. So I get this question a lot, and this kind of shows parts of those pieces of why we have an application process. And the only way that you can get to early college is to apply. But that application process is not a barrier. We're not grading your essays, and we're not looking at your transcript whenever you come to our campus. We believe that we can build up supports to ensure your success. EC doesn't have a feeder, and we're representative of all 9 middle schools across our over 200 square mile district. Within early college high school, there are 18 different languages spoken at home, and they're in the native languages. And our alignment is very solid with the district in terms of demographics. So they match straight across, just like any of our other campuses within the district. So if you've heard nothing tonight, what I want you to hear from this is that early college is for all. The message that I'd like to give to the community tonight is, if you've heard some of these stories and you think that it may impact you or your family, go ahead and take that leap. Apply. You can apply at echs.leander.isd.org, because again, the only way you can get here is to actually do that application. Thank you all this evening.
I know a lot of us wanted to clap after each one of y'all, and we were holding our hands, but we also didn't want to interrupt the next one. Thank you for sharing your stories with us. It really means a lot for you to come into this space and in this kind of awkward environment, and be willing to share your story. So thank you. We appreciate that. And now we want to give you a round of applause. Okay, thank you again, early college, high school students. We really appreciate you being here and sharing your story. The highlight of this evening is always hearing from our students, so thank you very much for sharing yourself with us this evening. Next, we're going to move into the citizen comments portion of our agenda. And before I invite the first speaker to the podium, we're going to watch a short video about how our citizen comments works and kind of the decorum and the setting that we like to keep for those citizen comments.
Hi, my name is Isabel, and I'm a senior at Glenn High School. The district and the Board of Trustees are the local government body responsible for serving the educational needs of all school children, like me and my friends here at Leander Independent School District. Their mission is to cultivate each individual student while creating a safe and supportive environment. The board is now taking up the citizen comment agenda item. This is dedicated time during this meeting to hear from the whole community, and the entire LISD family is listening. The district believes the Leander family thrives when we ensure a welcoming, safe, and caring environment. To our speakers, before you speak, we hope you have read the guidelines specified in Board Operating Procedures and BED Local. The board wants to hear from everyone. Please be mindful of your conduct and the example you are choosing to set when presenting complex information. Remember that school children of all ages may participate in board meetings, either by watching them online or you might even see some of us in the audience. Still, remember that there are other ways you can communicate with the board. You can send them an email or just tell them that you would like to chat sometime. When the board president calls your number, remember, watch the timer and focus your remarks to the time allotted. We know it can be hard, but please, conclude your comments when you hear the chime.
All right, we're going to start with speaker number 1.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Reagan Decker. I'm an 11-year-old student here at Cedar Park Middle School. Please be patient with me because I have a speech impediment, but I will try to speak as clear as possible. I'm here to address some things that just don't feel right to me. One thing that has made me feel this way is being denied help when I was in pain by the people who are supposed to care and protect me as a student. I was sitting in the front office in pain while the nurse told the front office lady that she couldn't give me ice pack. Note that this issue has nothing to do with the front office lady because she was only trying to help me. Also note that this is the first time I ever asked for help from the school nurse or principal at Cedar Park Middle School. After the nurse said no, the head principal came out and refused to help me while I was sitting there in pain. And even a parent of another student was making sure I was okay when the head principal didn't even check on me. That made me feel like I was invisible. Even though an ice pack is little asked, it makes me wonder what would happen if it was something more serious. Would the people here at Cedar Park Middle School be able and willing to help me? I'm here to ensure that another student doesn't have to feel the way I did. Thank you for listening, and props to my speech therapist, Miss Claire. I wouldn't have been able to stand up here and do this without her help over the years.
Thank you, speaker number 1. Speaker number 2.
Just go whenever. Okay, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Before addressing my concerns, I want to begin by expressing my deep appreciation for the work you do as public officials. I come from a family that has dedicated their lives to public service. My father has over 35 years in law enforcement, including 9/11 commissioner and chief of police. My mother is principal with over 20 years in education. My stepfather, a superintendent with over 25 years in education. And last but not least, my late father, who gave his life in service to the Federal Bureau. With this background, I want to convey that while I will be stating grievances about the school and administration, I consider myself an ally who values the hard work and dedication you bring to your roles. First, I want to discuss the recent incident involving Lauren Meeks. While I understand there are privacy considerations, it is essential that we reflect on what happened and ensure steps are taken to prevent similar situations in the future. Whether this involves revising emergency response protocols, increasing staff training, or improving communication systems, our focus must remain on ensuring the safety and well-being of every student in our district. I also want to share a personal experience to highlight the urgency of addressing these issues. My daughter recently suffered a shoulder injury, and when I arrived at the school, I asked the receptionist for a bag of ice. The receptionist happily obliged for the nurse to intervene, stating that my daughter could not have ice because the policy requires the nurse to see the child first. The head principal then came out and stated that my daughter would not be given ice because it is against policy. Despite my daughter sitting there in pain, the principal did not speak to her nor inquire about her condition, but instead told me to follow up with the nurse administrator and said she was going to get back to work. This entire interaction, which I have on recording and have also formally requested from the Attorney General's office, I will be putting this online afterward. Thank you.
Thank you, speaker number 2. Speaker number 3.
Hi there. Thanks so much for the time today. I understand that due to low enrollment across our schools, one of the various options on the table, am I talking loud enough? You want me to? Okay. One of the various options on the table is to close or repurpose one or more of the top schools in this district. However, I believe that this approach would address a symptom instead of deal with the root cause of the problem. Instead of taking that short-sighted view, I urge the board to focus on the future and invest instead in growing amazing pre-K programs across our public schools. Today, there's only one pre-K program at the 3 elementary schools in Steiner Ranch, and it's only open to families based on a very limited set of criteria. Instead of closing or repurposing that school, consider opening that program up, perhaps on a tuition basis, to all families. There are 3 reasons why this approach should be seriously considered. First, it helps to address one of the root causes of the low enrollment issue, the fact that we're losing students to private and charter schools, by attracting kids to the district early and helping them stay in the district. In Steiner alone, we have 2 very expensive private pre-K options that many parents are leveraging, and once kids are enrolled in those schools, they tend to stay there for kinder and first grade. Instead, let's have the little ones start with public schools and stay with us for the longer term. Second, helps to address one of the root causes of low enrollment because it supports some of the challenges associated with the high cost of living in the area. Even a tuition-based pre-K program at the public schools would likely be much cheaper than anything else in the area and help attract younger families to the community. And third, just an added bonus for the district is tuition-based program can draw some more revenue for y'all. I hope that you consider this as a longer-term solution we can address together. Thanks.
Thank you, speaker number 3. Speaker number 4.
Good evening. I'm Peggy Wilson, and I'm a teacher at 4 Points Middle School. I've been at 4 Points for over 4 years, and I've been teaching for over 10 years. Prior to that, I was in the financial services industry, and I did process reengineering, which was basically identify those things that we could do better at the places where we work. And I'm here to tell you that I think there is something, because I know Leander is so good about trying to make it the learning most effective for individuals and for students, is I think there's something we can do better. First of all, we have, I guess our school schedules are set where we have elementary, high school, then middle school. As a middle school teacher, I see children all the time coming in without having any interaction with their family at night. They go home, they're on the school bus until 5:30 or 6 o'clock. They have no time to develop social skills and emotional skills with other friends and play and learn like 11 and 12-year-olds are supposed to. 11 and 12-year-olds are supposed to. Any extracurricular activities, they basically go home, eat, go to the extracurricular activity, come home, shower, and go to bed. There is no time for family intervention and assistance. Additionally, research points that high school students oftentimes do better with a late start date or start time. So I would like to request that we actually look at our schedules and see if it would make sense for us to switch that around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, speaker number 4. All right, though that concludes our citizen comment for the evening. Now we're going to move over to our next agenda item, which is number 5. It's our taper public hearing. We're going to move to the 2023-24 Texas Academic Performance Report and public hearing as required by Texas Education Code 39.306 and hear from Brenda Cruz and Emily Gray.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Emily Gray. I am the Senior Coordinator for K-12 Measures in Leander ISD, and happy to be sharing our Texas Academic Performance Report with you tonight. With me is Brenda Cruz, who you all know, I'm sure, our Assistant Superintendent for Empowered Learning. How do we advance this up? There it is. Okay. As was mentioned, the Texas Academic Performance Report is a required report summarizing the annual performance for the 23-24 school year, so not the current year, but last year. It has three major components that are going to comprise our presentation tonight, talking about staff and student demographics, the performance of our students, and the college career military readiness of our students. The Education Code 39.306 requires that we hold a public hearing related to this information and also publish an annual report, which includes a lot of pieces, which you can see there on the right-hand side, and is all links and all published online. The thing I want to highlight here, first of all, is we are going to share information about the district TAPR, or Texas Academic Performance Report, but it is also available for every campus. And so that link online, that first link can take you to search for any district or campus in the state of Texas. So not only in Leander ISD, but any district or campus you might be interested in. The other thing I want to point out is legally required components of this annual report are usually the district and campus accountability ratings and distinction designations, but as those are currently have not been released due to litigation, those are not a part of our report tonight. So the first section we want to highlight are the demographics of our students and staff. And I want to take you back and remind you, and I will do this more than once, we are going back in the TAPR time machine. This is when I put TAPR time machine in AI, this is the picture that I got, and I kind of liked it. My point here is this is old data, so where we have it, we're gonna share the newest information that we have, but those are all internal estimates. The thing about TAPR that's great is, as I mentioned, it's available for every district in the state, but in order to ensure its accuracy and its completeness, it takes time to put together. So the agency does release this data, and it's great, but it is a little old. So I just want to remind everybody of that. So looking at our student demographics first, the left-hand side here talks about the race and ethnicity groups of our student population. The big piece of note there is that our Asian student population continues to increase, and we're estimating for the current school year that has increased further to about 18% of our student body is now identifies as the Asian race ethnicity group. On the right-hand side of this chart, you see different student programming and other student groups. And again, the one I want to highlight here is our emergent bilingual population. Students speaking a language other than English is a group that also continues to increase. We're estimating that's about 14% of our student body today. Okay, and the other piece I want to talk about related to demographics are our staff members. So here, comparing just a little bit of comparison to the state. So we do continue to have more of our staff members be teachers than the state average. So there you can see we have a lot of our teachers supporting our students every day are a large part of our human capital. You can also see the range of teachers by years of experience, which is very interesting. We do have a smaller percent as a whole of brand new teachers, but if you talk to our principals and our staff members, they'll say what a brand new teacher looks like in 2024 is a little different than it was in 2014. We do have an increasing percent of our teachers that are coming to the classroom through alternative certification routes, through not having quite completed their certification yet. And this is neither good nor bad, but it's just a different part of our reality today. I speak as a alternatively certified teacher myself, but it was a little bit before 2014. So just pointing out that we do have the luxury in Leander ISD of still having a lot of teachers with a lot of valuable experience, but that those early year teachers we're certainly monitoring. We have a lot of supports in place. But one thing I do want to also point out is about a third of our instructional coaches on campus are new this year. So while we're continuing to support those beginning teachers, we have a lot of new folks to that role supporting them as well. The other thing, I know our Human Resources Department is working very, very hard to try to reach a point where our teachers mirror our student population in terms of demographics. It's a big challenge given the pool of candidates we have available, but you can see we are seeing some slight movement there where our teachers more closely reflect our students. All right, Ms. Cruz.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Emily. So another big component of this report was certainly what Emily shared with, but is also the performance. And so that mainly is comprised of our STAR data from last year, from 23-24. And just first looking at that, we had almost a 100% participation last year on the students that were eligible to take STAR. And we always have a few that are absent, that type of thing, so that's very normal. So as we enter this data, talking about this data this evening, I want to bring back this slide, which we have shared with you before. As we look at our assessment framework within our system, you can see that the foundation of that framework at the bottom is really happening in that day-to-day, week-to-week, as I say, in that classroom, right? It's really looking at what those teachers are doing with their students in that classroom to create those learning experiences and how they are informally assessing them during that time. They're also looking at that common formative assessments that are occurring as they meet in collaborative teams, right? So that's the foundation that's happening on a day-to-day basis. When you look above that dotted line, those are much more infrequent assessments that we do. So as we talk about the data that's included in the TAPR this evening, it's that second to the last one up at the top, that state TEKS-based assessments that are included that we'll be sharing today. So really want to just bring back the point that we've made before, is that although we'll be sharing data this evening related to STAR, this is one piece within our assessment framework that we look at for our students, right? That this is one day on that they're taking their reading language arts or their math or science or whatever that may be. So this whole framework tells a story for a student. So this is when you look at the report, as Emily stated, you can look at it certainly for the district, you can look at it by campus or any other districts for that matter, and campuses within the state. But this is an example of what you will see. So we wanted to kind of lay out the lay of the land, I guess, of what you're looking at within this report. So as we look at this, if you look at across the top that's highlighted in red at this time, you're going to see there's 2 school years, so they always report the very last year that we have this data as well as the previous. And then we're going to see that data of by state, by region. Our region is region 13 for our district. And then you'll see that it proceeds into the race and ethnicity groups, as well as then into other student groups, such as special education, emergent bilingual, economically disadvantaged, and so forth. And that is a federal requirement that they are looking at, so they look at each of those student groups. So what we're going to be reporting on tonight is what you see in that column is in that district column. And what we look at is we are looking at grade level in that report, as well as the content area, and we're also looking at the performance level. So when you look at it, you're seeing approaches, meets, and masters. And I'm just going to remind the audience that the approaches is our passing level. And then the meets level is what they call, which is more that college career readiness level that they're looking for. And then the masters, which is the highest performance level. So let's take a look at the performance that we see within the report. So as we look at this performance, how we looked at this is I'm going to use the left top box, the reading language arts, to share out as an example that would apply to each of the other content areas there. So we looked at it. So you see the LISD is compared to, you see the grade level on the left, is how did we compare to the state and to the region. So you can see everything, if you look at that key at the bottom, if it's in blue, it's 3 percentage points or more. So you can see that we were higher than the state and the region in each one of those content areas in reading language arts. If you look to the right to the right of that dark line, that is sharing out our performance levels as compared to the previous year. So that's when it showed you in the report 2024, and it shows you 2023. And so we are looking at it as an increase, or did it kind of remain stable, or did it decrease from the previous year? So you can see we have areas, as I say, that, for example, if I looked at middle school reading language arts, we can see we have some stability across the system, but we increased in the areas at the master's level there. There are other areas that we look at. So when we're looking at the math example, as an example. So there's an example where we always are talking, when we talk about data, we talk about good data should make you ask more questions, should make you want to dig deeper, right? And so this is from last year, spring of 24. So what have we been talking about for a great portion of this year already? Is the work that we're doing around our professional learning communities and within our collaborative teams. So this is really what we're speaking to, is when we started digging in and we started thinking about what are the questions we have, what is the work we want to do and need to do. This is exactly the work that we're thinking about when we say professional learning communities and collaborative teams. When we are gathering in those collaborative teams, at a content level or at a grade level, this is where we're starting to really dig deeper into those standards, unpacking those TEKs. What is it that we're really needing to get down to the depth of? So it's thinking about how are we designing, knowing that how are we designing the student learning experiences for that to occur. We are meeting within principal PLCs to talk about the work that's being done. We are constantly looking at different levels of how are we collaborating to design, whether those are those common assessments that are occurring within those grade levels. We are looking at our district assessments. And we are already seeing, we have some very preliminary data that's coming in from our middle of the year, and thankful to Emily. But we are already seeing a very positive look at that. So we are happy that, because again, this is why we are engaging. It's not just the reason, but it's one of the reasons why we are engaging and investing in the work of a PLC. So in this one, this is each one of these assessments, and I say each one, so when we talk about STAR and we talk about NWA MAP, or whether it's iStation, ISIP, each one has a different little look and lens and calculation to how they're determining growth. So for STAR, it's a very specific calculation looking at the previous year for a student. So growth is determined from 4th grade on up, because 3rd grade is the first time they take it, so they don't have a growth time. But this is sharing the percentage of growth that occurred by our district and for the state and for the region, for both reading language arts as well as in math. So these are the percentage of students that grew academically at least 1 or more years.
Okay, and I get to talk to you about graduates. And no, that's not a typo. That's the class of 2023. So here we go on the Tapper time machine again. So STAR data and demographic data is on the most recently completed school year, the 23-24 year. But all of the data about graduates takes a whole nother year to compile. So my personal child graduated in 2023 and is now a sophomore at college. He is in his second semester of sophomore year, right? And we are talking about his graduating class. So I want to take you back because it's relevant to the data. I don't want to say the word COVID too many more times presenting to y'all, but the impact of the class of 2023 is these are kids who were freshmen in the 1920 school year. So they left school in March of 2020, right, as high school freshmen. So they did get to be on campus as freshmen for a little bit of a normal year. And then their sophomore year was a hybrid year. And what we know about our system is we had a lot of high school students, especially that chose to be virtual students. So this is a lot of kids learning at home their sophomore year. But the good news for the class of 2023 is their junior year, they were back in person. And we're talking about college career readiness, and that is a really important year for college and career readiness. And so that's what we're going to talk about today is that junior year, that this is the first class now post-COVID back in person for their big tests like PSAT, SAT, big AP exams, all those things. This is the class now that is the back in person group. So when we look at things like taking the SAT, it was that class of 22. So we, as Leander ISD, we offer a school day free SAT to every junior, right? It's coming up in just about a month and a half for our current juniors. But the class of 2022 were the kids who that was their hybrid year. So a lot of them didn't come into school. Our campuses, to their credit, chased those kids down and got up to 89% of the students taking an SAT or ACT. But that number is lower than we would hope because of that virtual situation. So now we're sort of bouncing back, right? So we see in the class of 23 that we're back up to 97% of kids taking an SAT or an ACT, which we know is a really important exam gateway to college. And so the good news here is we're seeing that bounce back, and hopefully I don't have to tell you the story again. You can see also, we've certainly heard about the AP programs that we have in our district, and so we can see the continued improvement there in students taking AP exams, and our overall college career military readiness combined, including not just these two factors, but lots of others, is up to 86%. So back to sort of pre-COVID world finally, at least on these indicators. So in the TAPA report, the TEA splits the college career military readiness overall, that 86%, into two categories. They say how many of your kids are college ready and how many of your kids are career and military ready. There's a big change in the definition this year, so that's why you see some asterisks. The big change was one of the attributes for CCMR is a student who is served in special education that graduates with an advanced diploma plan. That used to be categorized as a career military ready graduate. So it used to be in the right-hand column. And for the class of 2023, TEA decided, I believe due to legislation, to move that over into the college ready grads. So there are more ways to demonstrate college readiness according to this definition and fewer ways to demonstrate career and military readiness. So I just want to point out that distinction. But you can see there our amazing students from early college talked a lot about TSI, right? That's that Texas Success Initiative. That means that a student can take a credit-bearing course in English and math at any Texas public university. And so you can see that's a very important piece. Here, the AP-IB is not just taking a test, but getting a 3, 4, or 5 on the test, so passing the test, completing a dual credit course. Again, the special education students earning advanced diploma, our industry-based certifications, which is, as we know, again, this is really old data, so we know that that is continuing to grow. And then our graduates whose IEP demonstrates workforce readiness. That's our students primarily in our 18+ programs who, as we know, are doing amazing things. One other thing I do want to point out, there's a link on this slide to data about our comparison districts, districts in the state. There aren't really any exactly like us, but the ones that are the closest in terms of size and economics. And what we see there is we compare very favorably. In fact, I'm not at all competitive, but we have won for 5 years in a row and been the highest percent CCMR of all of our comparison districts. So this is definitely an area where we continue to grow, where we, as I mentioned, like IBCs, we're still working on those, where we see growth in a lot of these areas, but we also have a lot to celebrate here. With that, we have finished our portion of the presentation, so I know that we have the public hearing piece.
Yes, this is a portion that's required of the Texas Academic Performance Report. And so right now, the Board of Trustees will now open the public hearing on the 2023-24 Texas Academic Performance Report as required by Texas Education Code 39.306. And since no citizen signed up to speak on the Texas Academic Performance Report public hearing, we will now move on to the discussion of this report. And we'll start with board members. Board members, any questions?
Slide 11. That's it. So, well, it was about 2 years ago, we did a whole new revive of our reading intervention for kindergarten and first grade, right? And we're seeing the effects of this intervention. I know I've been on the board for 4 years, and I always ask math intervention. And I know we have an online catalog, but those numbers tell me a different story. So what are we doing right now for PLC that is different from the last 4 years for math intervention?
Well, I think I don't know, I'm asking, is we know we have had this math specialist, right, for some of our campuses, correct? And so we are seeing some very positive results. As I stated, when we look at our middle of the year preliminary data, we're seeing definitely some positive results. I think that combined, the work they're doing and the work combined with the PLC collaborative groups, I think that's certainly helping that. And we certainly are going to, I think, see definitely on the middle of the year MAP data. We don't know yet, obviously, what 25 will show star-wise, right? But I think we're going to see definite work there. I know, and I had honestly conversations with Alicia Westcott and Amanda Hardwick regarding this too. And just kind of like, let's take a reflective seat back and let's look at what work has been done. And so thinking about the work that we're engaging in, and I'm going to kind of just list off some things. And again, these are things that we are invested in. We are trying. There are things that go very well with these things. There are things that we know anytime you try, the things that we need to tweak and do better. And so thinking about it, so all of our 2nd through 5th grade teachers attended a required training on curriculum in the summer. And when I say that, that sounds so vague, right? But really what I was talking about was a little bit earlier. It's not just, okay, I've read this TEAC, which tells me I'm supposed to teach this. But it's understanding what is really the depth of that stating. And so what we're finding as we are analyzing even questions from STAR, when we're analyzing questions from our district assessments, is that when it is complex and when it is going much deeper and it's asking, so in math, it is not just about understanding the algorithm of how to calculate, but it's understanding the conceptual piece of this. And so it's taking that conceptual piece and being able to transfer that. And that's where we're seeing some of the difficulty that students are experiencing. So that's when we talk about, when I say the trainings, it's not just about, do you understand what this TEAC is? It's about really understanding how do I unpack that and plan and design those learning experiences.
So to kind of piggyback off that, because to me the ultimate goal, right, and to fix this, the yellow, is the right intervention model. Mm-hmm. And so not tonight, because this is a whole bunch to unpack, but I think for me where I really want to start going down is, what does that RTI model look like in this district? Because I know we have parents who will sit in that status for 3 to 4 months. That's 3 to 4 months that is gone from that child's education. And then what happens after that when we get to that whatever that time frame looks like. Because let's be honest, I can only talk about my experience as a parent. When I'm in that classroom, right, there's 28 kids in that class. That teacher is doing the best she can do to try to give that one-on-one instruction. So in my mind, it's like, what can we do to help overall the system, that RTI model? Because if we can improve that RTI model, then we know we can meet the students where they're at. We're gonna, not only that, build trust with the student, build trust with the family, but then we won't have these students eventually qualify for special education services, because that's ultimately, we want those students to get the intervention they need. So put a pin in that, Chris. I'm gonna be following up with you. Because I really feel like I think just the reading language arts, what we did for kindergarten and first grade for that whole intervention model, we're seeing the data work. We see what we did, and it was some pretty drastic decisions, and we had some staff that were like, I don't know, but we're seeing it play out. So I want to, not tonight, but that's the direction I want to go. I really want to dig into our math, right, intervention model. That's what I really want to do.
And I will say I had the opportunity to speak to you about the evaluation we did on the math specialists last year, and just having circled back very briefly talking to them, what we're hearing is amazing things about, I'm here the second year, I can hit the ground running. I've built relationships with the teachers on campus, and so we are, as Brenda mentioned, seeing in preliminary data, but also hearing how that model is now had a moment to breathe, and we're seeing some really good things. So I would say we have some promising internal practices already where we're seeing, hearing from those specialists like, yes, I could jump right in. I'm in classes the first week. That has been really important this year as well.
And I think it really speaks to, what you were just saying about when we even think about the RTI model, what is at the foundation of that RTI model is tier 1, right? And that's when we're talking about these things, that's exactly what we're talking about, is how are we deepening and strengthening that?
Continuing on math, one of the points that I've brought up in the past has to do with 7th grade, since that's the only on-level test that's where, because the other grades have a mixture of advanced students and the basically on-level students. And so we see that maybe weakness in the 7th grade. I did compare both at the state level, the district level, and state, region, and district level, the deltas between 23 and 24. And that minus 10% was by far the biggest difference. I mean, the plus 2% on the masters was a plus. That was also the highest of the three. But on the other hand, looking at that approaches and really just working and even on the next slide with the 1% year growth, you can see that 7th grade is where the weakness is. And so my question is, since it's showing up on the numbers at 7th grade, and I think primarily because that's all unlevel kids, it's almost like we've lost some of these kids from the beginning, but we can't really see them because the advanced kids are diluting the numbers. And we've talked about the intervention models, looking at that, looking at PLCs. Is the curriculum that we implement starting from elementary school on, has that also been looked at to see whether that is also
how is that a
impediment?
factor,
Yeah.
right? Absolutely. And by all means, when we say we're digging into like the questions I mentioned before, right? It's about, yes, we want to understand the depth of those and how are we planning for a much more critical thinking piece in those student learning experiences, in those lessons, but it's also looking back at our curriculum. So our curriculum department absolutely looks back and says, okay, not just on STAR, but overall, how are we designing, how are we providing the resources, what's included in our resources that are going to that depth. And so, yes, it is an overall look at each piece.
And then just one last one, and then I'll pass the mic. So the the dual credit number. So on the CCMR page, what page number is this? Well, I mean, we can look at the one, I was looking at the comparison districts results. And then that was one where it was, and it shows up here too. Is there, I know we're increasing our AP, but is it just that students are picking AP, maybe AP and IB over dual credit? Because the dual credit number is dropping.
For the most part, that is what we're seeing, yeah. And that it is, and that number has, even for the class of 24 and 25, current students, is continuing this trend somewhat. So we have seen the classes of, now I'm forgetting, yeah. The class of 25 is our first class on our new revised GPA system. And we're seeing that some trends there where students are making that choice similarly, where they're going AP or IB instead of the dual credit options. And so we are seeing that trend continue to some extent. I have met with Steve Clark, our counseling department, and with our transition coordinators to talk about how can we make folks knowledgeable about the options that are available to them, pieces like that. So it is definitely something that we're looking at in our system but it is for the most part that not that kids are opting out of advanced coursework altogether, but more that they're selecting an AP course versus a dual credit course is what we see for the most part. But I know, like, for example, our CTE department is looking at expanding, are there CTE dual credit options that we could offer? Things like that where it may not be a straight, is it English 3, one version or another, right? But it's more of a expanded opportunity.
Yeah, and just out of interest, the legislature is also interested in this conversation, specifically with the weighting of courses that are either dual credit or APIB.
Yeah, I think you see more and more students as college becomes more competitive, and that's, the discussion around AP courses and the weight there. I just feel like we hear more of that. My question for you would be, okay, I'm looking at this. I can see where we are compared to the state and the region. And so we're like, okay, we know that this isn't something that's isolated here, but we still, we want to see something different, right? For math. And I know that we're talking about our PLCs, and I know that we've made a lot of investment and effort in PLC. I also know that for PLC to work and the way that we're investing that it's going to work, we need to be doing it 100%. It can't be PLC half C's and stuff like that, right? PLC light. What can we do as a board? How can we help support to that PLC and to do it? Is there something that we're not doing that we need to consider to really be investing and supporting it at 100%? Because I think we are hoping, and there's a lot of research in here. I shouldn't say just hoping. We're going off of research and data that we put in this amount of attention to detail with PLC and this much time and this much effort, we're going to see these outputs. But I think if we do PLC light or PLC none of the way, right, then we're not going to see that. So I guess my question is, what can we do to ensure that we're doing this, at the level that is going to give us the data that we want to see?
That's a great question, number one. And I'm sitting here, different thoughts are flying through my head as you're speaking. I don't have a clear answer as to what is it specifically the board should do. And I'm going to answer it this way. I could not agree more, is that, one of the things we started this year, this was a shift and a change in our system, right? As we talked about the work of the PLC this year. And one of the things that we use is our implementation guide. And we've been talking about that from the very beginning, right? Light, right, bright, okay? We would love, right, for each level within that PLC implementation guide, we would love everybody to be at the bright, right? But we know, just as Emily started talking about our staff and so forth, every campus, every staff member at that campus is at a different place, right? And so we want to honor that, just like we do with our students. As they're coming into our system, we want to honor where they are and then take them up, right? And so the point is that this takes time. What is it, Dr. Gehring, that I always come back to your statement about dialogue takes time, right? And you can say it much better than I can at this point, but but that's the piece. So it's thinking about and how we at the district level, how our campus leaders are coaching and guiding those conversations during that PLC time. And our teachers are working hard. And like I said, I really feel positive sitting here tonight and cannot wait to bring some data back to you on February the 13th regarding our middle of the year. Because tomorrow, actually, our PLC survey data, where they're looking at it themselves and saying, how are we doing as a collaborative team? That closes tomorrow. So we'll be also having some of that data coming in next week, which I'm very anxious to see. But it is a piece, I think, that this is not quick. This is not something that's going to change because we've had conversations in collaborative teams for 2-3 months. Dialogue takes time, and depending on, as well as if it's a team that's been operating together for quite some time effectively versus maybe a team that is fairly new, right? So they're going to be at different spots. But I think it's the point of when we talk about adult and student ownership of learning, it's recognizing where you are, it's recognizing where you want to go, and thinking through, how can I get there? What are we currently doing? What can we do to improve? And that's where those coaching conversations come in with our campus leaders and with our instructional coaches who really help lead that work, and talking about, okay, this is where we are. What is that one or two other things that now we can move to progress to that next piece in that timeline? So I come back to your question. I'm going to ponder that question of what can the board do. I will say this, when we talk about our cascade of professional learning communities and our collaborative teams, and you've seen that cascade, and we've talked about that a number of times, we also have to think about how are each one of us, at whichever level, how are we operating? How are we determining our progress? Are we light, right, or bright? And so, and I encourage that. It's one of the things that we, I think, at every level, when we're sitting in, and I'll use ourselves, when we're sitting in cabinet and we're thinking about our cadence of accountability and what is the progress we're making, we're having to do that because we're not having to, but we also want to do that because we need to think through, how are we progressing? What is it that's our stumbling blocks? What are those barriers? What are those challenges? What are our successes? And that's part of, if we had an implementation guide and we use that, where are we? And so thinking through what does that look like for each of our collaborative teams within that PLC, that cascade. But I'm going to ponder that question even further.
Can I offer a suggestion? We've talked about our board goals and, our new board goals and our board retreat. Perhaps when we have that conversation coming up, we kind of figure out a way to implement this, because if we're going to be a PLC, what is it, hardcore district? I don't know, PLC hard, or what is that? What is it called? Right? I don't know. PLC Bright. PLC Bright.
We're not a habsy.
But it starts at the top down, right? Mm-hmm. And if we're not bought into it, and if we don't, if we're not working as a board and we're putting that message out there, then how are we going to get our principals to buy into this? How are we going to get our administrators to buy into it? So just have fun with that.
And that's exactly what I'm saying is right. We also have to step back and reflect, how are we a part of this? Because and you've seen that visual that we've showed, right? And I said, if we take any one of these blocks out, what happens? We've broken that chain and that bridge, right, for our students, because that's, at the end of the day, that's why we're here. And so we all have to take a step back and think about, how are we determining this? How are we progressing?
referencing probably slide 10 and 11, the STAR performance data. I'm just interested to know if our district TEKS-based assessments and our formative assessments predicted this result, and how predictive our assessments are, and if not, how are we kind of adjusting and aligning our assessments to be more predictive?
I've looked into that a lot, and that's maybe the most common question that I get. So our system of district assessments is new this year. So the answer to did it predict this data is no, because we didn't give those tests. But the universal screeners, like our ISIP and MAP tests, we did give. The thing I always say when people ask, are these tests predictive, is we don't really want them to be perfect, right? Because if the predictions were perfect, that would mean every student who in January was predicted to not do well on STAR didn't do well, and we didn't do anything about it, right? So it's always a challenge. You kind of don't want it to be perfect because that means we didn't use the data for something, right? Or that could be the implication there. But honestly, what we see, and I have said this to Dr. Ging many times, kids who are good at taking tests tend to be good at taking tests, right? So our universal screeners are very predictive. The ISIP test, for example, that we give to our elementary math tends to underestimate the rate at which kids will be at those highest performance levels because their predictions are very conservative. But at the approaches level, they're incredibly good. They are very, very, like if that test is predicting a student is not likely to pass, it is a signal, and it is very, very strong signal. And honestly, those reading assessments in both MAP and iStation are incredibly predictive of everything, right? If students don't have those basic literacy skills, they're gonna struggle on a science test. They're gonna struggle on a math test the way that they're written these days, right? So I would say that's our number one piece of information on a student is if they're struggling in that literacy assessment, it is a signal to us. The MAP test also, we're seeing a pretty tight correlation. I will say this year, because the Texas tests changed pretty dramatically 2 years ago, MAP redid all of their data this past year. So with this, and so they published new sort of cutoffs for our current school year. So we'll see. What they tell us is it's going to be even better, but it is pretty close. If kids are good at taking tests, that they tend to consistently be good at taking tests is the short answer.
Was there a change between 2023 and 2024 as well?
No, it would have been the year before. So
But what about the grading? Was it human graded versus non-human graded?
Some portion of it is non-human graded, for sure. It was for last year already as well. That was for 23-24.
Okay, so basically 23-24 pretty much the same in both in the test and in the grading methodology.
Yes.
I have a couple of questions. Just follow up later. So at the very beginning of the report, and you don't have to go there right now, but when you're looking at discipline data, there's this strange thing that happens where there's like -999 in there. I'm trying to find out what that is. Do you have a quick answer on that?
That's group size. So the group is too small to report.
So then that is the...
That's their coding.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then for me, when we're talking about dual credits, I think it was a really good question that Sade asked, and y'all answered it very well. For me, it goes back to like what Dr. Gehring's been saying of how do we help our students prepare themselves, because we can't tell them necessarily. I think it's a hard goal to say, I'm going to tell the student about every opportunity, every program, everything. But to me, when I look at this number, I'm wondering, are we missing the mark? So how do we know how we're helping our students prepare and know of these opportunities? Because for me, dual credit course it meets a need that an AP doesn't. And so when I see that number drop, I'm like, what's happening here? And do students know of these opportunities? How are they being prepared? And when I think about it, that also helps your TSI, because if they do dual credit, it's TSI. And for me, a TSI is something like, I would almost put it in my brain, it's like a FOFSA.
right? You want your kids to do well in college. I mean, federal government, there was all these awards and grants. Austin Chamber was all about FAFSA. We got to complete FAFSA, right? For me, dual credit is huge. And I'm not going to, it's in a similar sphere, not the exact same. But when I'm seeing the numbers, I'm like, okay, I feel like we're not, are we connecting the dots for our kids? How can we do that better?
That's a great question, and I'll put down to investigate that. I do want to clarify one thing about GPA, just to make sure that it's on the record. So dual credit courses are not included in GPA, and that did not change. So that has been that was true in the old system and is still true. Some of the other things changed, which may have impacted student decision making, and we're still learning more about that. But I do just want to clarify, and as Dr. Green mentioned, I was reading some proposed legislation as well that is proposing that it be required to be included and be weighted, which will be interesting to see how that goes through the system. But the understanding is the gap that students are making the choice, or is the gap that they don't know what's available to them, is something we definitely want to dig into.
Well, and the implications, right, is if I make this choice, what does that look like, not just right now, but 3 years down the road, right? So.
And then just two other questions, just to build off of what my trustees on this board have already pointed out. I think the question, Nkosi, I had written part of what you were asking right down here. I'm curious if I can just also look at another part of that is, how do the tests, the other assessments we're giving, the MAP and the iStation, match on our understanding of where our kids are at, right? So if STAR says, this is where your students are at, is this surprising to us? Are we seeing anomalies here, or things that jump out that are different? And I think where that's going to end up taking me to is I'm just curious about, like, what are our expectations? And we know this is TAPR. This is a year-old data. And we say one test does not determine that student's learning. But my question is, are these showing me flags? And because we're here and looking at these data at this score, we don't drill down like you do. There may be different things going on at different campuses. There may be different learnings that need, and we've talked about this, right? But when you escalate it to such a level, it's almost like we're just fumbling around trying to help assess what's going on and where things are. So I would love to figure out how we have a TAPR discussion in such a way that also tells us, is this matching what's going on? Is this really what our learning looks like? Are students really getting a year's worth of growth, or what do we see, right? If we're not, I get it, it's one test, it's one data point, but if we're not matching our peers, if we're lower than the state or lower than, okay, so learning looks completely different there, or what's going on, right? Again, when it gets up, it gets masked, and so we don't have that crystal ball or that microscope, not a crystal ball, microscope. And so I guess I need y'all's help. This data doesn't really, by its stand itself, I think, answer that. And I'd like to expand on what Sade was talking about and what Anna was talking about, right? Anna was talking about that PLC Bright, saying when we have our goals, absolutely agree, let's expand that, right? Let's talk about how are we doing that. Well, I'd like to expand that even further and say, you know what? I think fidelity is important. We're talking about implementing PLC with fidelity. Anna was talking about implementing intervention with fidelity. Sade, curriculum. Is curriculum being implemented with fidelity? And there's this part, kind of this give and take, where defined autonomy kind of runs against, or is it, our district expectations? So are we expecting everybody to implement this curriculum with fidelity, or is there some playing room? Do you implement PLC, because then it's really hard to know, are the interventions, are the things we're doing really making that difference? And so I would love, when we have this discussion on goals, to talk about what are our expectations on implementing curriculum with fidelity as well, and where we are on that, because I think that's important. We spend a lot of time talking about curriculum, and so I think I'd add that one other piece. And finally, I'd just like to know, one of the things I kept hearing over and over and over again is, here's the data I want to see, or here's what I'm wondering about the data. And I think I would still love to have a discussion on, what do we want to see in this data? Are we just going to be happy if it's like we're a little bit above the state, a little bit of a region? Is that all we need in the data? What should be our expectations when we're seeing this data? And seeing that y'all have studied all of this and the experts in the room, I would like maybe later just a thought on like, what should the board be expecting to see here? So that's my questions.
All wonderful. I'm writing as fast, Emily and I are writing as fast as we can. I had a conversation, ironically, yesterday with one of our area superintendents, and Kristen Alex, and I'm going to give her credit because we were talking about this, is we were talking about there's satellite data, which is kind of like this, right? It's kind of this up here, right? But we were talking about what's the street data, okay? Meaning really that's where it really comes down to that student. And I had a further conversation with Dr. Grissom where we were thinking about, because your question made me think of this, when we're thinking about a student in our system, so let's take, it's Emily Gray, okay? And let's say when we look at that framework, and certainly Emily's teachers are seeing day to day of how Emily's doing in class, right? They have that benefit to see it in informal, formal situations where we don't see that when we're looking at satellite data, right? So thinking through this is, if I put Emily and said, okay, let's look at how Emily performed on her last couple of district assessments. Let's look at how, and maybe we had 5 different TEKs that we were assessing there, and she was mastering 3 of those 5. Then we looked at Emily's STAR data. Emily approaches level kind of mid to high. But then we look at Emily's MAP data, and she happens to have a little bit of a dip. Is Emily growing? Is Emily learning? Because each one is telling me a little bit of something, right? And so there's not always an easy answer, as I say, to a very complex question of, is Emily growing and learning? Because it is a multitude of things that we're looking at with Emily. But that's why sometimes I think when we're looking at the satellite data, it is hard, because what's really important is the street data of really getting down to Emily and how is Emily doing. So if Emily was doing okay in these areas but took a little dip in math, what would be the root cause of that? Maybe it just happens to be that was just one of those fluked things with Emily, or maybe there's something that we're starting to see a trend with. But that's where that action is happening. And I'm going to come back to, what do we do? What do we, and it's going, it wasn't me. But it comes back to, that's why it's so important to, when we talk about those PLCs and those collaborative teams and really thinking about that student by student, because if you look at just the satellite data, sometimes you can get lost in that. And that's where the importance is at that street level data.
But I will say, as a board, our job is system, not street level. Y'all are supposed to do day-to-day management. And so when board sees street level data like this, like I will tell you, I look at math and I'm like, okay, doesn't look the same as reading, and reading's not where I want it to be either, right? And so what does a board do in this position? And I have some thoughts, like we're talking about those questions on fidelity that we want to PLC, to our interventions, to our curriculum. But I also want to recognize that there is day-to-day management going on. Y'all are looking at this. You are being attentive. Kids are learning. But still, when we see this, I would just love for y'all to think about, as a board, what else do we need informational-wise to help us understand or be able to act? Because we're going to ask, like, what can we do? How do we support? So, thank you.
And we appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for that information. And I appreciate you saying, okay, I'm going to think about this. And I'm looking over at you, Chris Clark, too. Thinking about how we can, how can we support, and what can we do to help with PLC Bright?
And I must say thank you, because it's that partnership, right? And it's that collective efficacy, what we talk about, it's this together. So thank you.
Well, thank y'all. Thank you. All right, next we're gonna move over to, item 7, which is our consent. Board members, do you have any motions related to consent agenda items?
I move the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
I second.
Francesca makes a motion, Anna seconds. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes.
Madam President, I just note that we had no speakers for public comment on the hearing, so we did that already.
I was gonna say, I think I did it. Yeah, we did it before discussion. No, that's okay. Now we're gonna move over to our superintendent's report. You just were eager to get going with your part, right? Let's go.
Thank you, Madam President. We had an exciting morning this morning at River Place Elementary School. HEB Excellence in Education Award surprised our principal, Dr. Amy Sharp, notifying her that she is a finalist in the principal competition for HEB Excellence in Education Awards. So the students were fantastic. They kept the secret from Dr. Sharp. They all gathered in the NPR in the morning, and there was a sudden emergency, and Dr. Sharp had to get down to the NPR. And when she came in, she was surprised with all of this. It was fun to watch the kids. They love it when HE Buddy comes in. That's always a hit. So congratulations to Dr. Sharp. She will now get invited to a weekend down, usually in San Antonio, and they will treat her like a rock star, like royalty, for the weekend, and then she'll be going through several rounds of interviews, competing against 4 other principals in her category, and then they will make that announcement at the banquet that evening. So just outstanding work. You can clearly see the relationship that she has with her students, number one, with her staff, and with her families at River Place, and just doing an outstanding job down there. We also had success at West Austin Chamber of Commerce. For the first time, they did a series of awards. They did, I think, 65 different awards among lots of categories. Our Leander Excellence Education Foundation won the Best Nonprofit, and Leander ISD was voted Best in Education and Youth Services for the West Austin Chamber of Commerce. So very great things going on there. I have a number of other slides in here. In the interest of time, I'm going to let you review those on your own. Really just a reminder of who we are. These are our guiding documents, and just some reminders of the work that we're doing. We've already talked about PLC and a lot of those things. So unless there are any questions, I'll leave it at that, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Dr. Gearing, appreciate that. We are going to change order for tonight because we have some guests. And so we're gonna move over to item 9B2, which is our Bond Oversight Committee recommendations. So if our Bond Oversight want to come on up, John Lux and Jeremy, thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Gearing. I am joined tonight by John Lux, who is the chairperson of the Bond Oversight Committee. And what we're going to do tonight, John's going to run you through just a couple of recommendations that came out of the January 14th Bond Oversight Committee meeting on 2 subjects, one Cedar Park High School and then an IT project manager.
Good evening. Again, as mentioned, we have 2 proposals that we're bringing up this evening. The first one has to do with the modernization programs for both Vista Ridge and Cedar Park. What's happening is Cedar Park being the older high school and Vista Ridge being the newer high school. Vista Ridge was kind of designed more with the idea of modernization and stabilization as part of that project, where Cedar Park really didn't have that when it was being built. So there was a lot of, when they looked at it, they're like, okay, we know what we know, but sometimes you just don't know what you know until you start getting into it. So what has been found out is there is going to be a lot of cost savings with Vista Ridge High School because of the way that it's designed and how it's, like you were saying, that there's a third story where it's so easy just to get in there, where Cedar Park is taking a lot more. As we're getting into it, there's just a lot more money that's got to have to be allocated to the project to get the modernization project up to the same level as Vista Ridge. It's not taking away from Vista Ridge and giving to Cedar Park. Vista Ridge is still getting all the same modernization projects, but it's just going to cost more to do Cedar Park than it is going to do to Vista Ridge. So I know there might be some concerns saying, "Oh, we're going to sacrifice one for the other." It's not a sacrifice. It's just it was a lot. We're not needing to spend as much money at Vista as we do need to Cedar Park to get the same level of modernization across both high schools. So here's just kind of the breakdown for Cedar Park of the additional costs that weren't known as they were going into that project. So I'll give a second and.
There is some detail because we even get down to doorstop replacements on this thing. So, I mean, this is just a breakdown so you know what was involved.
Can you tell me a little bit more about the scope of work in the Performing Arts Center, since that's the largest one that's on there?
Yeah, and so again, even with this pack compared to the North Pack as well, what we want to do is have parity between the two. And so as we explore it, there are different systems though. There are two different types of buildings, say the HVAC components, right? They're designed differently, and because they're integrated into the building a little bit differently. So what this does is allow for the extra scope. I will tell you that doing a performing arts center is very costly. The lighting systems, the sound systems, everything involved in a performing arts center does have higher associated costs, and they have gotten higher than the money that was allocated for Cedar Park High School and the Performing Arts Center together. This was a combined budget, in all honesty, but that's just one example where we saw a significant cost increase across that project. Fortunately, with Leander High School, we've been able to encumber that money, and that one is good within that budget. This one it did not quite get there in the original scope of work and budget.
So I'm looking on the website, right? Because we have all of our information as far as bond projects, and it says the South Performing Arts Center was budgeted at $6.8 million. So, and the 4.4 is in addition to the $6.8 million?
Yeah, there are some components that are combined, right? Because HVAC systems in the building also support the Performing Arts Center. So that's a significant difference there between the two. They're also set up a little bit different because on how the Dawn 2 pack was built in a different way than the Cedar Park South pack was. And so the overages you're seeing here are primarily because of how the facility is integrated with the rest of that campus there.
So, question, because we have the one at LHS. When we possibly do phase 2 and 3, do you anticipate? Because we really haven't started the performing arts. When you go into the construction of LHS, right? Yeah. Like it is kind of, but it's not really. It's all the constructions over here. Do you anticipate that when we actually start the phase 2 and 3, that performing arts center at LHS to cost more than it's going to cost what this is, $10 million basically?
So what actually happened is at the same time they were working on both budgets and aligning both scopes at the same time. So the cost you see here, we've realized that at Leander High School too, so we know what we're getting into. We're kind of at the same stages. I'll tell you the South Performing Arts Center is not going to be done until next summer. Right. And so we're a little bit ahead of it, and so we've been able to forecast that, and that's going to align with the North Pack as well.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Okay, so for the Bond Oversight Committee, unanimously approved to reallocate $7,170,365 from the 2023 Vista Ridge High School Modernization Bond Project to the 2023 Cedar Park High School Modernization Bond Project funding. Any other additional questions or?
I move that the board approve to move $7,170,365 from the 2023 Vista Ridge High School Modernization Bond Project to the 2023 Cedar Park High School Modernization Bond Project funding as presented.
I second.
Francesca makes a motion, Sade seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes.
Okay, and this for this next one, and we're calling it the tech position. It's consider approval of Bond Oversight Committee recommendation for a information technology bond project manager position. So over the years, as we've gone through, and as the district's grown and technology's grown, we've been able, in the past, we've been hired consultants to manage specific projects and programs. What we're finding is that is becoming, as the IT projects become bigger and more encompassing, that we're spending a significant amount of money on the consultants. So the idea is to have internally an IT program manager, so that they'll be internal to the projects, have better oversight, closer oversight, and would be saving money by having to send out for consultants. So the alignment would be funded through the bond resources. And this aligns with the 23 bond goals and complies with the allowable personal cost for bond-funded capital projects. Any questions on?
So you said right now it's being done by consultants. So, but there's no aspect of project management that is being done by, is there any aspect of project management that is being done by the vendors right now?
So one thing to do, this is kind of split across two areas. One, we do have some IT project managers, but really their focus needs to be on just the operational aspects of this district. And so we've had those positions for a while. What's happened is they've had to cross over into bond and support a lot of these projects. You've seen we had from 2017 bond, we had the 2021 bond is heavy in technology, and then including the 23. And then we have to split that with consultants as well. We have a very high standard in our information technology department that we need to make sure we're aligned. This would actually help us do that and ensure that aspect of it. And so really, we're trying to free up our operational project managers in IT and not spend additional funds on consultants so we can do it in-house. Very similar to how we manage our construction projects, but this would be focused primarily on information technology.
I have a lot of concerns about hiring with bond funds. I know we can when it's in this area. I guess a question I have too is, this would be IT bond project manager for the IT projects that we're on. How many, I know that when we presented this to bond oversight, we showed all the IT bond projects. Do we know how many of those projects have already been completed, or how many of them are close to being completed? I guess that's my concern. I know that they were shared a list of all the bond projects, but a lot of those that were listed on there are they've already been completed. And so they wouldn't be part of the responsibility of the IT bond project manager if they've already done, or they're already at, 75% completion. And then, so I guess for me, in order to be able to vote on this, I'd want to see of the IT bond projects, which ones are remaining, which ones are complete, at what percentage are those complete, and then I'm also struggling with the 3 years on those of what's left remaining. Is that timeline, a 3-year timeline to complete what's left? This also goes, as I'm doing this, it's also hand in hand with, we're doing a TASB employment survey, looking at our compensation. We're really looking at our budget. And so I'm concerned about us creating a new position with bond money for 3 years without really understanding all of those pieces, as we're talking about budget, as we're talking about compensation. And I think for me, a big thing is I looked over the IT bond projects, and I could look through and say, well, I know that one's been done, and I know this one's been done. And I think that they were presented as, these are all the things that the IT bond project manager is going to do. So what I'm asking for, would it be possible to get, here's the IT bond projects, this is where we're at on this one. This one's been completed, this one's at 50, this one's at 75, and this one that's at 0%, this is a 3-year project. I need to be able to see that in order to feel like, in order to be okay with approving a position, a new position out of bond funds when we're really looking hard at our budget right now.
So we all have people we appoint to this committee, right? And that information's online, and what I found online was very, very vague as far as like what Gloria said, as what's being completed. But I mean, as a board member, I can go through here, and I remember I was invited to a leadership meeting, and there was a whole Excel spreadsheet that has the timeline, what's being done. I don't think it's ever been shared with the board, but I was at a leadership and I saw it. So I'd like to have access to that. But also what Gloria said, we're in a deficit budget this year, $28 million, I believe. We're gonna talk about it later tonight. That's a lot of money. And what happens after 3 years? Because we know the state, the crisis that we're in right now for funding for public education. And so in 3 years, am I gonna have to come back here and then, we're gonna have to just absorb this position into our budget? And when I think about that, we saw our math scores tonight. I'd rather put that money toward math intervention or more specialists to help forward-facing students. So I need more information. I can't in good faith go forward with this.
And I want to say, I appreciate all the work that you do, and I'm not attacking you. And,
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm sorry. I think for us, it's more of this deficit budget that we're looking at and thinking about how do we tighten this. And we're doing a compensation survey, with TASB at the same thing. And so any positions that are not student-facing, I think right now I'm going to have a lot of questions about any position that's not going to be with our students in classrooms, anything that's going to be at the admin level, I'm going to ask a lot of questions about. And if we look at the IT, all these projects, and hey, we passed a bond, we have all these projects, we need to complete them, this is the timeline, and I can see that, then we can talk about it. But I appreciate everything that our bond oversight does. I just want to make sure I have enough information to be able to tell our community, hey, we're in a deficit budget. We're asking schools to really make some really hard decisions right now, and I'm going to create this new position. So that's where I'm at.
So the cost for the position comes out of bond money. So yes. So even though we're talking about M&O, this is INS, but we still need to make sure that we're making the right investment, even though it's not really coming out of that deficit. But I agree with them that, I just wanted to clarify.
I am curious because I don't have the benefit of being on that bond oversight committee to hear all those discussions. Thank y'all for doing this. But I didn't hear all the discussions that went into place. So I'm just curious, what did y'all hear or discuss, or why are you presenting this? Can you help give us any insight or clarity? Because right now I'm like, I'm curious, why is this coming forward?
Yeah, I can give some and some clarity as well, because I know you want to get a little bit more detail, and we can provide that. One aspect of it is that we do with any positions like this, just so you know, from position management, when you get hired on as a bond project manager, whether it's construction or IT, you know that it's contingent upon availability of bond funds and bond work. And so that is one thing. It's not necessarily that the bond ends and that position gets absorbed. That's not really a thing. And so we make that very clear when these individuals take on these roles, that it may not continue on, but we need to work on what's in front of us. So that is one component I just wanted to add to the conversation. I'll tell you that that's what they asked as well. Like, what happens to this person after 3 years and the bond ends? And so we did have to explain. It's very typical for these type of positions in school district, and this would take us through the bond cycle, right? We go through bond cycles. We project the bond cycle to be about 3 more years. I can tell you high level, it's about $35 million worth of IT projects that are still remaining. But I think additional detail probably can go a long way with you, just so you see from a project scope, where are we percentage-wise. So we can definitely get that further detail. But that, Trish, a lot of the conversation just was like, how does this even work? We can pay for positions at a bond, and so we did have to go down explaining that personnel costs associated with the implementation of bond projects can be, bond funds can be utilized for that. So it's really just a general understanding of how can we do this and what exactly do we need this position for. And I think the conversations around freeing up our own project managers right now to do the work that we need them to do to serve the rest of the campuses and staff.
Can you also include the cost of, because if we don't approve this position, you're going to be using consultants,
Consulting
so
costs and things like
include
that.
that cost, please.
But a good point for the bond oversight committee, for something that comes up this way again, for us to get the detail ahead of time, you know, like you were saying, which projects are still left. I think it was under the assumption that, well, these were all, that was the big list. And we're like, okay, that's needed. And then we got more, they got more into the bond, how's it funded, and the technicalities and so forth. But
I'm also curious for equity, just what other project managers do we have out of bond funds? Does it just automatically go? Is this something, because I think we have other project managers.
Construction project
And
managers.
so,
Yes.
you know, I want to make sure that it's like, oh, just IT won't get one. I mean, I want to make, how does that approach work versus, I'm trying to balance this of how we're approaching.
Yeah, now I'll tell you just from experience and looking at even projects we have right now, the Grandview Hills project, the secondary broadband network node, right? Those construction project managers are not experts in IT. And so we have had to fold in a lot of resources from our current IT team to make sure that that project is successful. And that's where we really lean on consultants as well. So that's a high dollar type of project that we have in the 23 bond, which someone like this could really assist with.
I guess that's my other question, right? If our construction managers are already have with bond funds or trying to do IT jobs, that's just not the same thing. That's not the same skill set as IT as,
It's
you know.
not.
And so, you know, that is a lot of money that our taxpayers said we want you to do to put in IT. And so we want to make sure we also take care of those resources. And so make sure that's done well. So I definitely want to make sure, I mean, that we all kind of understand cost benefits here of what's going on and happening. So thank you.
Thanks, Trish.
So we will get more information and then we will bring this back.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Lux. We appreciate, well, you bring, you spend a lot of time with our bond oversight, and as a community volunteer, just have a lot of appreciation for the time and dedication you've given to LISD. So thank you.
absolutely, thank you.
Since this item, parliamentary request, Madam President, since this item was on as consider approval, does that mean we need to take a formal vote to table? Can we just do that, or do we have to disperse this item before we move on?
The item was set for action. Do we need to have some action? We can just move forward, right? Okay, yeah. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break right now. We will be back. Actually, we're going to take 12 minutes, and so we'll be back in at 8:15. All right, we are back from our break. It's 8:15, and we are changing our order a little bit again because we have some staff guests, and we're moving over to item 9B1, which is our Child Nutrition Services Annual Report.
Good evening, Board and Dr. Gehring. It's my pleasure to introduce, or welcome back, rather, Upenda Sibley. Chelsea Parks and Anna Tarpley are friends with SFE, or Southwest Food of Excellence, and they are going to run through a quick presentation and an update for you on our CNS services.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you guys for taking the time to speak with us today. We are just going to give a quick update on where we stand with our program, our child nutrition program as it stands. We've been having a really great year overall with the students. Great feedback with a lot of the programs that we've had this year. So this is just a little financial snapshot of our performance on where we are on meal counts, where we are in terms of revenue. As you can see, we are up in revenue, so things are going well for us. Students are eating, they're enjoying the program, and we're continuing our efforts, to innovate and bring those fresh items to the students. As you can see from some of the pictures of our events that we constantly do month over month in the district. So just wanted to give a quick snapshot of our program growth year over year. As you can see in the next couple of slides, there are a couple of graphs there. The graphs will, kind of give you an idea of what our free and reduced percentages are in terms of the feeding and along with our paid students. So it just shows you the strength of the program overall with the yellow and blue bar. On this slide, we have just a quick rundown of what we've been able to continually do with the revenues from the Child Nutrition Fund, with putting it back into our program, into the kitchens, with improving overall the workspace for our employees in terms of new kitchenware, ovens, serving lines. So if you haven't had a chance to check out the serving lines at Whitestone and Blockhouse Creek, they light up, the kids love it, it's a beautiful thing. And so we are looking forward to moving those programs and putting those serving lines in a lot of our elementary schools as we continue to upgrade and update. As I spoke about earlier, just a quick snapshot of our EcoDis versus our participation. As you can see with the blue line across everything higher, we are feeding a good portion of our students along with our free and reduced populations as well. So this is a snapshot of your elementary schools, our middle schools from this year, and high school participation, as you can see. We continue to work on our student experience and continue to just look at things to innovate and bring items to the students, getting their feedback. So of course we have DJ Cheetah in our midst, making an appearance at many of our elementary schools, our roving chef with Chef Frank, where we had a chance to teach kids how to make breakfast tacos, and just doing a lot of fun and innovative things with the students there. Of course, all the principals have, the option to request this program for their students, so we look forward to continuing to offer the services to our students across the district. Our Eat the Rainbow events are always fun. That's where we take some time to bring out some new fruits, vegetables, and we lay it out on the line for the kiddos to sample, and we teach them about it, give them handouts, recipes to take home to their parents, and just get them excited about eating fresh fruits and vegetables. All of this ties well into our student experiences. That's the one thing that we hold dear. And with that is making sure that we understand what the students want. And through the surveying process, we have many ways for the students to give us feedback. We recently this year sent out the report card to the principals, so we were able to get some feedback from that aspect, because they, of course, interact with the parents from all levels. And see things from a different angle. So we received great feedback across the board, some areas that we can work on and that, we are working on as a unit. And we're continuing to just use those things to completely improve our program year over year. All right, that brings me down to our staff, our wonderful, beautiful heroes, as I call them. Day over day, we are sitting around 200 plus employees now. So we are doing well in that arena with the recruiting efforts from the HR department. We are standing strong with keeping our personnel happy, and by giving back and just doing the training. We have bi-weekly leader training. Of course, Ms. Chelsea Parks here, she's sitting here stern, but she wrote a beautiful program for our MIT program, where we have been able to promote many of our employees into leadership roles across the board. We've been able to send at least 100 of those employees through that MIT program, and it pays off, in terms of compliance. So from an operational standpoint, the kitchens excelled during their audit this past year as well. During our, continuing on with our employee appreciation and just highlighting some of those events and spotlights, just some of the new items that we did bring in this year. We were excited about the Bronx Gardens. We have, had the opportunity to get a couple of the Bronx Gardens into our elementary schools. So they're growing lettuce, hydroponic gardens. So we're looking forward to doing some events with the principals that partnered with us on that. In the upcoming quarter. As I stated before, all of our Eat the Rainbows Flavor Fest was, Grinchmas. We promoted our Flavor Fest at Leander High School, which once again we were able to really show off some of the new recipes and items that we had going for the kiddos and getting some feedback there. In terms of our continued employee engagement, we are just continually to pour into our staff and highlighting all of the things that they do on a regular basis, the selfless service, as they show up every day for us and they're feeding thousands of kids for us in these kitchens. So with the staff spotlight has been a really great thing for us to just highlight some of those ladies that have gone above and beyond in our kitchens in service of our students across the board. So we have a beautiful team of employees that service the students here. So this is just a quick snapshot of some of our current winners, and just a little, statement about what they do, how they do it, and why they do what they do. So beautiful team that we have on the ground. Of course, we are super proud of our continuing Halloween costume contest. Our ladies, they make their costumes from scratch, and they go in for all types of prizes, and they're very creative. So this is just a snapshot of 3 of our over 20 plus costume challenges that we had across the board. So good, fun times for us. Leading into our Thanksgiving feast across the district. So many volunteers came out from every area to support the schools and the staff to make this feast great. So overall, it was a great success as always. And we did bring back the pumpkin bars. They came back. They're in the picture. They're a winner. So, hey, we said we did it, said we were going to do it, and we did. Overall, and just in talking about the Flavor Fest, and just that's one item one event where we were able to bring in all of the vendors with new items in the K-12 market, and just showcase these items for the students. As you can see, a ramen bar. The kids were loving it. They had a good time with that. And some of the items that they were able to sample, we can see the falafel sandwich. Hey, we had some good feedback across the board. So some of these items will be hitting our menu pretty soon. We are really excited about that. The beef chimichanga with the enchilada sauce.
That was a favorite of mine.
That was a favorite.
Well, and Francesca was there, so you were able to take in some of those too.
Yeah, that was amazing. I've never seen so many teenagers excited about falafel in my entire life, but they had so much fun.
They had so much, and they gave us great feedback across the board on things that we can do, to keep our menus exciting. So we love the event, and we're definitely going to continue hosting it. I ran through that as quickly as possible, but if you have any questions, this is definitely the time to ask. We are available here for you.
I don't have any questions. I just wanted to say thank you, because the people that run our CNS department and the people that serve our kids, they're involved with our campuses. They know everybody. They know our kids.
They do.
I've talked up here before about my younger son's deep and unfailing love of the school lunches and all the people that serve them every day. He is still looking for the roving chef. But I also want to point out that our CNS department are the people that serve this board and all of these admin that are in this room with us. We are so lucky to have an incredible CNS staff that not only serves our students, but takes the time out to make sure that everybody here, a lot of whom don't have the chance to go home before these meetings, make sure that they get a good meal before we're here for a very long night. So thank you all very much for everything that you do.
Thank you so much for your support.
Absolutely, thank you. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I just have, but also I want to thank y'all too. I mean, it's just sometimes when y'all get up here, there's like, okay, but what about this? Or I have a question about this. And I don't want to jump to that and not tell y'all, I just echo Francesca's comments, and you should hear her over here oohing and awing as y'all are talking about the Flavor Fest. Was great. So much fun. So I have seen a difference and an improvement in the updates and the things that you're bringing to the board, and I really appreciate that. That does not go unnoticed. That takes work and time, and it's also that I feel like you're not afraid for us to look into this and ask questions, and I appreciate that. So thank y'all. That means a lot. And speaking of that, one of the questions I would ask Brandon is that catch program. Hey, how's that going? Are we getting it updated? And I'm seeing some updated materials. That's work that y'all are doing, and I appreciate that. Later, if we could just get an update, Brandon, because one of the questions I see in here is talking about the digital displays. It says ensuring that all digital displays are installed on campus will help. And so is there something we can do to help on the messaging? The catch, it's the director of the Child Nutrition Service and Food Service staff will promote healthy nutrition messages. And so, again, I'm looking through this, I'm like, man, all the documentation, all the paperwork, you're updating it. It's not 2 and 3 years old. This is getting updated, and now I can look at it as you're talking, and I love that. Thank y'all for all the stuff that you're doing and adding and updating. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Bruce is talking about y'all's data and how rich it is, and he appreciates that. And Sade does too. So yes, thank you. We appreciate you being here and appreciate the not only the food, but just it's really evident in all of our campuses, just the love that goes into taking care of our students. So thank you. All right, if there's no further discussions, nope, okay, well, we're gonna move to the next item. Thank y'all, have a good
Thank
evening.
you so much. Y'all have a great afternoon.
All right, we are now moving kind of around in our agenda. We moved 9A1 to a future board meeting next in 2 weeks. And we're moving over to 9A2, which is discussion of the 25, 26, 26, 27 academic calendars.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Gary and Board of Trustees, here to present to you the 25-26 academic calendar proposals tonight. Here we go. All right, so the purpose of this evening is to review the development process that we went through to bring you recommendations tonight. I'm going to talk to you a lot tonight about feedback from stakeholders and some recommendations that I might have. And then we'll also take a quick minute to review the proposed 26-27 academic calendars as well. All right, you may or may not remember this slide. This was way back in November. I came and talked to you about the process that I would engage with the community in to gather feedback for the academic calendar. I presented all the way up to December 9th to you back in November. And then the new information you'll see on this slide, September 25th to September 9th were all of the different listening sessions and surveys that we engaged with our community. And then after December 9th, we decided based on the feedback that we gave to add another layer to our feedback gathering. And what we did was we created 3 different scenarios based on the feedback that we were given, and we put out a new survey. And I'm gonna go over a lot of different angles of that survey and the feedback that we got. We had thousands of responses, and that will help guide my recommendation for you tonight. And then after tonight, February 13th would be when we would potentially have board approval on that new one. All right, so as far as stakeholders are concerned, this is everybody that we made sure we connected with: students, teachers, families, trustees, community members, campus leaders, and district staff. Lots and lots of conversations. I'll just very quickly touch on this slide. I did present this to you back in November. The attributes of our current calendar are that we have 172 student days and 187 teacher days. We do start school the first week in Wednesday. You'll want to remember that because there's going to be one scenario where that's a little adjusted. Fall break, winter break, all will be consistent. 1 week in fall break, 2 weeks for that winter break. Early release on that last day of each semester, that will remain consistent. Right now, our current calendar has the last day before Memorial Day weekend. We're going to talk a lot about that tonight. And spring break aligned with UT and ACC, that will remain the same. We do have statutory guidelines. What that is it's Texas Education Code that tells us we need to make sure that our calendars are complying with these guidelines. So the 187 days that I referenced for teachers, we need to make sure that we are maintaining that in our calendar. 600 operational minutes will be maintained in our calendar. Let's see, additional minutes for bad weather days, which I'll show you. I have a slide for that to talk about in a little bit. And then ensuring that we have flexibility in that start date is still something that's a statutory guideline that we follow, and then no school Memorial Day. All right, so survey 1, this is the first survey. We had 1,617 responses. What you see on this slide is the way that the survey was set up is it surveyed on our current attributes of the calendar that was tentatively approved by the board. And so when you see the attributes surveyed down the left, this was the way that the calendar was set up. A short first week of school, a full week of fall break, 2 full weeks of spring break, 2 full weeks of winter break, 1 week for spring break, those early releases, and then Memorial Day. So those were the attributes that currently existed. You'll see highly favorable, right, if you look at the numerical data, and I bolded Memorial Day because that's going to come up here in just a little bit. I'll draw that connection here in a minute. So you do see that all of these attributes are highly favorable. Now, what I didn't expect was the qualitative feedback and how large and massive it was. And so as we had gotten those percentages, we were like, great, our calendar's on track, very awesome, no problem. But as I was engaging in those listening sessions, I started kind of hearing some trends about not feeling like there was enough days off, I was hearing trends about, we had talked in the November board meeting about the parent-teacher conference day. We did make that adjustment, and I'll show you that here in a bit. And then also just holidays, religious holidays, those types of things. Those were some really strong trends that we were hearing. In all three scenarios I'll present to you tonight, the bottom two bullets, we were able to very easily make adjustments. And so the parent-teacher conference day, I'll show you that, and then the alignment with a day off that supports the family needs that we were hearing, I was able to easily accommodate those two things. That top one is a little bit more complicated. This is where staff and parents very strongly, what I was hearing was that stretch from Labor Day all the way till winter break is really long and really hard. And let me also mention February, right? And so this is what I was hearing a lot of. So the more I heard it, the more I started to dig a little deeper and make sure that I was synthesizing accurately. Also, when I looked at the thought exchange for that first survey and really went and looked and sorted every single comment, we were looking at over 400 comments across stakeholder groups about that top bullet. So that kind of made me think we need to at least entertain some other opportunities, and that's why you're going to see more than one option tonight. Okay, so I'm going to show you those options as my recommendations, and then I'm going to give you a little bit more of a specific recommendation for you this evening. So version A is our traditional tentatively approved calendar. There are two red circles that you'll see. If you go to October, you see October 20th. That was adjusted from the tentatively approved from the 13th down to the 20th. That was to meet the need of just family needs. Let's get some better alignment and adjust that day. That also is the same day as elementary parent-teacher conferences. So we just bumped that down by 1 week. You'll see that across all three calendars. And then in March, I talked to you all about this back in November. We had originally March 13th was the professional learning day off, that Friday before break. And to better meet the needs of what I felt like I was hearing, because that was a specific question I was asking throughout my listening sessions, we went ahead and moved that to the Monday after so that we would have a week off, and then students will be able to still have that additional day, and teachers can come and prepare their lessons and ease into the week versus going and hitting it hard right away. So those adjustments, those two adjustments, you're going to see across all three calendars. Now the version A, you're going to see underneath it says 29%. This percentage comes from the second survey, which I'll show you had almost 3,000 responses on. So the first one was about 1,600, second survey was about 3,000 responses. We had 29% select this as their choice over version A, B, and C, okay? So that is closest to what we already do, version A. Okay, so version B.
Version A meets all the requirements, but how many minutes are built into that?
That's a great question. The minutes are going to be the same no matter what. So
Okay,
there is
great.
a slide that will show that,
Yeah.
but those minutes won't be different for any of the three versions, and they all meet all of the guidelines. Okay, so version B was not very popular, a little bit of a less of a percentage. 21% voted for version B as the option, and I'm actually going to show you some qualitative feedback that expresses why this one wasn't very popular. But I'm going to point out a couple of these red circles again. So draw your eyes to August, and you'll notice that typically we have August 13th as the first day back, a Wednesday. This one starts school August 12th, which does eat into a professional development day, okay? So remember the statutory guidelines of 187 days. I can't just take that day away without putting it somewhere else. So then you're going to draw your eyes down to May and look at May 26th. That's the day after Memorial Day. People did not like that at all. It was interesting. I hear your reactions. I see you. I hear you. So it was interesting because in the actual verbal sit-down listening session conversations I was having, especially with staff, I was hearing, well, we've done this in the past. We've done this before. It's a teacher professional day. They get to take the day to shut down, and students aren't there. The survey said very differently. It was not something that people loved. And there was a couple of comments I'll show you on another chart. Just, it feels like it eats into my summer, that type of thing, right? And so this one was not super popular. I'll quickly point out October and March, same differences as version A. October 20th being that elementary parent-teacher conference, and then March, that Monday PD day. 21%, that one scored the least out of the three. And here's version C. Version C is very different, okay? So version C attempts to meet what people were saying they felt like they needed with more breaks. And so I'm gonna point the breaks out to you first because that's the most significant difference. If you draw your eyes to October, you'll see October 16th and 17th circled. That is staff's and student off. So no professional development days. So you have staff and student off the 16th and 17th, then you have the weekend, and then Monday is a teacher work day. So real long weekend, kind of a fall break for students, and then 4 full days off for teachers, an attempt to meet that need, right? And then we jump over to February, and you're gonna see the 12th and the 13th off with Monday as a professional development day. So that's staff and students off on the 12th and 13th. Monday, they return for a professional learning day, another long weekend. So it breaks up the 2 months that we were hearing from people are the hardest. So the attempt is teacher morale, retention, and what surprised me personally with this is that I was hearing this with parent stakeholders as well. I was surprised by that. Just there were a couple of comments about like, those are like off-peak times to vacation, those types of things as well. So the demand was coming from both staff and parents. I'm trying to make sure, okay, so in order to make this happen, we're gonna point out a few things. So I'm gonna go to August for a second. August stays the same with a Wednesday start date, so we did not mess with that. What this does though, and this is where your controversy comes in a little bit, is it makes us go an additional week past Memorial Day. So I'm gonna bring you back to that very first survey data that I showed you where I bolded Memorial Day. They were really favorable about school ending before Memorial Day. In order to make this happen, that is what we would have to do in order to get those minutes, those required minutes, right? And so it's kind of again, I'm being dramatic, but a little bit of a Sophie's choice that we're dealing with, right? A little dramatic, but that's how I feel. And then again, you're gonna notice October adjustment, March adjustment, again, consistent across all three. And then 50% chose version C. So I wish that there was an opportunity to have them choose between two, because obviously when you have three, you split a vote a little bit, but majority did choose version C. And because I wished that, I really wanted to deep dive into that qualitative data, which I want to talk to you a little bit about. So
Can you go back though, just to a second? My question is, when you move it that week, that last week,
yes,
are we thinking about kind of like what it's like to be in the classroom with the students on Memorial after the holiday, 3 days, really what kind of learning happens in that environment when we do that?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we did talk about like we could, add a day here, add a day there after the 25th. If we add 1 or 2 days, it's wasted instructional time. If we add a day of PD, it's probably going to be a little bit of a waste of PD. Adding a full week helps support that, but I would say I heard both. I heard that comment quite a bit, Trish, about just, I mean, what is it going to be like, right? It's an additional week, and and I've heard things like testing happens in April, and then it's already hard enough to get them through Memorial Day. Those are things I heard, but I've also heard the other side of, we used to do this. This is what we used to do. And so I'm getting both. I don't necessarily have a personal opinion about it. I've heard both sides of that.
Didn't we also used to do like, I remember this in the district when we had all those parent-teacher conference, so there were different half days. So the calendar did look different overall.
Right.
So I think that's kind of hard to say we used to, and I'm thinking, well, we used to do a lot of, so I'm just
A
trying
lot
to
of
figure out
things
the
different.
balance, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we used to go into June. That heard a lot of those comments too. We used to go into June. This is not that bad. We're still in May, right?
Does the longer week at the end have any impact on graduation at all?
It would extend graduation into that following week.
Okay.
We would not keep graduation the week prior. It's a good question. That's another question that came up. And then also,
Wait, what week would graduation possibly be?
so like, it would be, so right now, if we were to end it the week prior, it'd be the 22nd, 23rd. Paul? Yes? Yes, yeah, he was listening. And then the week after, he nodded, it's cool. It would be the week after instead, right? So it would be on that early release, the 29th and 30th.
Okay, I had misunderstood and thought it was going to be the 4th and 5th of June,
no,
and that's why I was like, whoa, 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 whoa.
It would move with just how we have it right now on that last half day, and it would just move the week later. Yes. One thing to note out loud here is ACC. I did make sure that this wouldn't overlap with ACC summer start dates, and it doesn't. It does, I will say. I mean, you would usually have, as a student, a week to kind of take a minute before you go back. You would be going straight from the end of the school year into ACC summer classes, so that's something to weigh there, but there is not an overlap. Okay.
I mean, when I look at option C, it just looks like it's the last day is so close to Memorial Day compared to in the past where it would be like 2 weeks after or something.
Right.
But it just seems like they're just gonna go for the holiday, and we're gonna end up with like what 50% attendance. I mean, it could be really low.
We could, and
Yeah.
those are also comments that have come up, is we would want to, if we were to go with this, we'd want to really pay attention to attendance rates, not only that last week, but also surrounding those Octobers, teacher attendance rates and student attendance rates. So if we were to consider this, we would have to make sure we're really collecting data. And when I get to my recommendation, I want to talk to you about kind of next year academic calendar planning thoughts that I have to keep an eye on this.
So it's almost like people prioritized those breaks over Memorial Day, ending before Memorial Day, and probably just,
I would say,
still wouldn't come back.
We have stakeholders
get
that
lots
are
of
on both sides of that, right? So I don't want to say that everybody feels that way. But yes, this would be version C. That's a good bottom line for it, right? It's a trade-off. We would have to let go of ending before Memorial Day in order to get those breaks embedded into the school year.
I think for me, I want us to really keep track of, if this gets approved, right, the attendance, because y'all know I love taking those mental days for my kids. And so I'm already like looking at March, I'm like, that's a 3-week vacation right there for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think as someone, I give my kids mental days once a month because they need it. I need it. We all need to reset. And so I'm also wondering as a parent what this is going to do for my kids, because we saw the data with our students in secondary and in elementary and that focus of, mental health.
Mm-hmm.
And so for me, I'm really curious to see how if this gets approved, how this is going to impact my family, because right now we are in the midst of, we need a break right now. We're melting down.
Yep.
And so I'm like looking at this, I'm like, man, that October reset, what that would have done for some of my kids, or that February reset, what it would have done for me as a parent.
Right.
So attendance doesn't really concern me the last week of May, only because, let's be honest, we're closing it all down, right? And there's ways that our schools can make it, worthwhile. And I know like there's field day, there's lots of fun things we can do.
Right.
But I'm really wondering if these breaks throughout the year are going to have such an impact that we're not going to see this horrible attendance that
Or you're super tired by May.
I just don't see it. But again, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I think that is a good question. And I'm just sitting here pondering, because I think, those breaks, like we're hearing from people, it's a long haul.
Yes.
I get that. I also hear this thought of like, okay, so if it's that last week, we want to make it fun and exciting for kids. We can do field days, we can do okay, but then does that mean we're trading instructional time that would have been earlier up for these?
Right.
So I really am going on either end. So
And I do think it would take intentionality on our part to make sure we're communicating what those expectations are, right? We want to make sure that our campus leaders are monitoring that full-length movies aren't being played from the 26th to the 29th, right? Like those are the types of things we would have to do. I mean, when I was in the classroom, I taught until June, and we taught until the last day, right? If I was a second grade teacher, we did third grade boot camp, let's go. And we were doing really complex projects. Like there's a great opportunity in this as well, right? It's just all in how we frame expectations as well. You guys ready for me to move? Okay. So I did explain all this already, so I'm only going to touch on the first 3 lines here. These are the attributes of all 3, and I bolded where you're going to see something different. Okay, so line A is going to show you that version B starts school on Tuesday, where version A and C will start it on Wednesday. Line 2, I got to stop touching that mic. Line 2 is going to talk about Memorial Day. So version A stops us before Memorial Day. Version B has a teacher professional learning the day after, and then version C has us going a week passed, which is 4 school days. Everything else is consistent on the calendar, that October PD, the full week of fall break, winter break, the early releases, the teacher days and student days, and the alignment to ACC and UT. Okay? All right, so this is good. This will help us with making our decisions. So survey 2 had 2,786 respondents, and I wanted for the board to make sure that you guys saw this broken down by stakeholder group. And so the all across gives you the overall percentages, which I've already gone over with you all, for each option. And then you'll notice, I want to point one thing out where it says attributes surveyed, and then it says students, staff, parents, and business and community member down the left. Those numbers, if you are a mathematician and want to add those up, they're going to go over 100%. So I promise you my math is right. I had to check myself, like, why is this doing this? It's because you can pick more than one stakeholder group. That's why. And so I can be a staff member and a parent, and I can click both of those, and so those will total more than 100%. But your left to right numbers are going to total 100%. You'll see that students were pretty split even. It surprised me. And then you had some definite favoritism on option C for staff and for parents, and then also for the business and community members, which was a little bit of a less people voted for that stakeholder group. But that just kind of helps with understanding where it's coming from. One of my very first questions is my feedback staff heavy, right? Like staff morale, I need to make sure I have a break, and it wasn't. It was definitely across other stakeholder groups. All right, and I promise you I won't belabor these slides, but this is the qualitative feedback that came. So what I did was, and I regretted it as soon as I was analyzing the data, but I asked for comments for every single version. And I was like, I gotta read all this now. Okay, cool. So version A had 774 comments. And so when I synthesized that for you all, it kind of gives you a little bit of a plus and delta for each calendar. So version A, obviously, again, I'll just point it back out, ending before Memorial Day was a positive for people. Keeping something that feels familiar was positive. Version A feels familiar. A is your tentatively approved calendar. So if we make a change, then somebody might have already had some plans based on a tentatively approved. So that came up in feedback. And then the consistency in the school schedule. So those breaks feel like I'm not as consistent with a student's school schedule. And so that came up as a plus that A doesn't have that. The deltas on that are the long stretches that we already talked about, and then ensuring that there is a lack of embedded breaks in version A. Overall, version A kind of synthesizes our safe choice, right? B felt even more like an unpopular decision when I was reading these 737 comments. So it was nice to be able to throw in one October holiday in version B, but in order to make all of that happen, that's where the deltas started to come up, right? So that single workday after Memorial Day was overwhelmingly not liked in the qualitative feedback. And then that day, starting the day earlier on a Tuesday, also not something that was very popular. And then while people did appreciate the additional day in October, it just wasn't, it's not exactly what they're looking for. And then February doesn't have the breaks. And so it didn't feel like the middle ground we were looking for. Okay, so version C, those long weekends are very appealing for people, as we were just discussing. Having those provides opportunity for off-peak travel for families who might want to do that. And then starting midweek and then ending the last week on a short week, also something that was liked and appreciated about version C. The biggest point of contention on version C is starting or going a week past Memorial Day. That's your biggest point of contention. Obviously, those additional breaks aren't good for every family in our system, right? And so working families, finding childcare, what childcare are going to be able to provide options in those October days and those February days, especially if we're not super aligned with our neighboring districts, what facilities are going to be able to provide those is something that came up. And then extending that school year could also negatively impact extracurricular activities. So I have talked with fine arts, athletics, we're thinking through UIL eligibility, where those cuts might be, how that might reduce the amount of grace period a student might have to recover from being ineligible for UIL. It's doable, it's just not ideal. So if you were to approve C, we would just need to work very closely with the athletics department to make sure that we were setting those dates to prioritize that. Also, on days off, a student might have to play or perform on the days that they have a student day off. Just like winter break, we had basketball players playing, right? Yeah. So those were the comments that came up there. There were over 1,000 comments on that version. So there's the minutes that we were asking about. No matter what calendar, same minutes.
Still, help me. It's maybe my brain is just not doing the math right. But when I looked at it, it's 4 days that you added into the calendar.
Correct.
When I'm looking at the Memorial Day, you got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and a half day on Friday. So to me, the minutes would be different.
Let me see. Let me look. You're talking about for version C, is that correct?
Yes. And again, I imagine
I have
just-
charts
I
that I
need
could
help.
pull up and
Need a
show
little
you that
assistant
right
to help
now.
connect those dots.
Yes.
Because I'm seeing an extra 4 days, but I'm seeing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and just a half day on Friday.
I don't know if I'm able to answer it right here on the spot.
No, that's okay.
Do you mind if I jump
Yes,
in?
please, yeah.
So it's the half day. So previously, it
was
would
a
have been
half
on
day
the
prior.
22nd.
Yes.
Or possibly the 26th, but we've just now moved it.
That's correct. Thank you.
So we always have a half day on the last day of school?
Well, yeah, but we don't always have Memorial Day. So that's a day that we're missing now. Now it's another day. So
Memorial Day is always off.
we always have Memorial Day off. We try to get out before Memorial Day, right? I'll ask later. Let me
And I can get with
spend
you.
some
I've got
time.
charts and all of that.
I'm
That might
just
help.
wanting to make sure. Yeah, I might need charts. Right. Okay. Let me noodle some more.
You got it. All right. Just reach out if you want me to explain it to you a little better. It's better when I have the charts in front of me. All right. So back to those minutes. Again, it was important for me to make sure that we were consistent no matter which one we chose, that we had the same amount of minutes for each one. So you will see that. So with that, and I think the next one is, yeah, we're not going to go there yet. You have the option of A, B, or C to choose from. I would, based on everything that I've kind of gone through, recommend version C. Here's what I'm thinking on version C. Version C is new, version C is different, and version C is uncomfortable. So I'll just say that right now. I think that this would start a bigger conversation about some innovative ideas for the future, but I would feel more comfortable exploring that with a larger committee that's doing some more comprehensive work on calendars for next year. So there were a couple, I don't know if you all did see the second survey, there were a couple of questions on there that ignited some very colorful responses. We asked questions like, how would you feel if we added 5 minutes to elementary and middle school? That would give us some flexibility on our calendar. How would you feel about year round? It was funny because I even have photos of it. Like there would be one comment that was like, this is the worst thing ever. And the very next comment is like, oh my gosh, it's the best thing ever. Like literally totally antithesis of each other, one after the other. So being able to have a committee that represents everybody that's comprehensively working on these options next year would be what I would recommend. With us baby stepping into some difference, which would be version C. So that would be my recommendation, but I do want to open that up. And I just very quickly say these following slides are your tentative calendars. I didn't feel right not presenting you tentative calendars. And what I would also suggest here is I aligned version A calendar for next year with the tentative proposed calendar for next year. So they're very aligned with some wonky date things going on because of the where Easter lands, Good Friday lands. If we were to adopt version C, then I would recommend that we tentatively adopt version C's proposed calendar, if that makes sense. But also with that nuance and something for y'all to think about, that we would really want to open up the discussion, the bigger discussion about some innovative ideas for our academic calendar.
So I love your idea of the committee afterwards, and I say this, and some of us attended this TASB, you know exactly where I'm going with this. TASB had one of my favorite presentations, and I'm saying that very nicely, with Mike Morath. And, but he started a conversation in regards to extending the year and extending the minutes, and he's dangling a carrot over district's head. And so when I saw the survey, I was like, oh my gosh, yes. So I appreciate you already getting that conversation out, because that conversation needs to, our public needs to understand what the Texas Education Commission is trying to dangle in front of us, because it's essentially going to year-round school.
Correct.
And so I appreciate that, and I think it's really, really being proactive to get that committee together, because it's gonna be here before we know it. So I would like to see us get that together, because I want us to be ahead of the curve. So when
Absolutely.
they try to come after us, not after us, but in general with that. The other thing I love version C. I'm all about the breaks. Everyone knows I use as many days as I can for my kid's absence. And so I'm just going to say it. I'm sorry, because mental health is important to me. And if sometimes we need a reset. So I'm really excited if the board does this, pass this, to see what that's going to do. Not only for like our students' morale, but our staff's morale. Just giving them that break and that little reset, that's huge. And so,
Absolutely.
and I really love that we get 2 days off of Halloween.
So I did on that slide that had the number of minutes, the state minimum required, and in the elementary, middle school, and high school. So high school seems to be 4 days built in, additional.
Yes.
And
yes.
elementary school is 2 days.
Correct.
Built in. And so really, high school is done by Memorial Day without those 4 extra days. It's just that if we have bad weather days, then I know we've moved away from having
Building
those
in the bad
designated bad weather days, but we tend to use them. We tend to use them, but they're already built in. I'm still trying to figure out what my question is, but it seems like there's quite a bit of padding in high school. Elementary, middle school just needs an extra 5 minutes to get to that same padding. And
Yes.
I'm trying to figure out how we can maintain that flexibility of the additional days that people want, but at the same time, get out before Memorial Day.
That would be my goal as well.
Yeah.
When I do the math on it, it's getting us just, if we were to add 5 minutes, it's getting us just under 2 additional days, like it's 1.9. And so that's a bit of a challenge that we would want to have some conversations around. It's not the magic answer. 5 minutes isn't the magic answer, but it would definitely give us some more flexibility.
Well, 5 minutes will bring us to high school, and I did
Yes.
that math, and it says I did 77380 minus 7560 divided by 440, and it gave me 4.04
Right, and then,
days.
yes, and then if you were to do the difference, the way that I figured that was the 77,380 minus 76,530, and then divided that, and that's where it gave us, like, how much flexibility would this actually give me in the day, or in the school year? That's where it would help. It wouldn't get us the whole 4 days back, right? Yeah.
One thing that I hear a lot in regards to calendar discussions is that people want more diversity in the holidays that we're giving
Correct.
people off.
Correct.
Does version C, I know it can't fully accommodate that because there are so many holidays, but does version C allow for more of that people were asking for?
So the October 20th, based on some suggestions throughout, aligns with Diwali for next year, and so students will have that day off. So that's the parent-teacher conference day. So we were able to do that no matter what version you were to go with. Now, again, just like you said, all of the different holidays that were being asked, there were so many, and the answer would depend on the year too. Because next year, the 26, 27 is, it's crazy. The differences are totally crazy. March and April are going to be really tricky to figure out. And so the answer to that would change every single year based on where things naturally land.
I'm still gonna keep noodling. I need to follow up with you on the minutes. I'm trying to determine, I love Anna's discussion on, wellness days for our staff and for our students. But also, it's kind of like, this is the day everybody needs to take their wellness day, because we're all taking that off. And so what happens if you need a different wellness day? How does that work? So I'm just contemplating that. I'd like more questions on that. I'll follow up with you on the minutes. This gets voted on the next meeting? Is that right? Okay.
That's correct.
So I definitely want to find out more about the UIL impacts. Really want to understand what hardships are created with C. I mean, I get it, there are things we can work around, but I remember, one time I went, to a campus and we were talking about something, and it was some thought that was just really, really hard for the campus administration to do. So I was asking them, how would that be to implement it? And my goodness, principal didn't miss a beat, put an amazing smile on their face and said, if that's what the board wants, we can make anything happen, right? Like, it's like, I get it. If the board does this, we'll be great, we'll figure it out, we'll get it done. I really want to know the hardships. I really want to know what are the barriers on this and what really are we creating for staff? Because a lot of our students will be impacted by UIL.
Absolutely.
And then the extra days, or I didn't see how the impact is with the 6 weeks. Maybe I missed that part. The end of the grading periods, how they might coincide with some of these extra days off to make sure that people are not using that to get caught up on their grading. Or maybe that's what they wanted for, I don't know, but just to see how, if that's something that is desirable or not.
You did not miss that. I didn't include the 6 weeks. We usually set those after the fact, but I'm actually right now, as we speak, working with Alicia on getting those set and clarified. And that actually coincides with the UIL eligibility as well. We need to have both of those pieces of information, which is why the UIL eligibility information right now is a little bit high level, because we have to set those 6 weeks before we can figure all of that out. As we've looked at it, I think some of in my conversations with Alicia Westcott have been that a lot of the challenges we've always faced with setting our 6 and 9 week grading periods are about the same. So one semester is a little heavier than another semester. Some of our 6 weeks might be 5. Some of our 6 weeks might be 7. Those are things that we've always dealt with when we're setting these dates. And so I'm not hearing much of a difference with that, but she actually just emailed me today and said she was reformatting some options and we were going to take a look next week. So I can bring you more specificity on that if you're interested.
I'm just curious to know, like, as you're considering as we're considering the calendars, to know what the impact is for, or whether the desirability is for where these extra days land, whether they should be close to the end of the 6 weeks so people can get caught up, or people just don't want it near those 6 weeks so they really can rest.
And when you say extra days, you're talking about the days off, right?
Yes, the days off.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right.
Is it okay for us to put this on consent agenda for next time?
Yes. Do y'all want to?
It depends on what those answers are, so,
Yeah, I guess we can
What are we
send
putting-
the
We can always
answers.
pull it off
We
if,
can always pull
somebody
it
can
off
pull
of
it if you're
consent.
not.
what are we putting on consent, version A or version C? Is that what we're saying?
I would recommend C.
Yeah, they're recommending C, and so they'll give us the data. If you want to pull it off and talk about it some more, then you can pull it off and talk about it some more. And if you're good with that, then you can vote on it. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, next we're going to move to item 9B3, which is discussion of the framework for the long-range planning future work.
As Jeremy's coming up here, I'd like to make a proposal to the board and just gauge your feedback, specifically about elementary schools 31 and 32. And I'm doing this ahead of the rest of this framework presentation because really this decision on these two campuses has a big impact on what we do next with the framework. And so would like to propose that we go ahead and start real planning for construction of elementary 31 at the site that we have at Palmer and 2243 with a proposed opening date of 2028, so August of 28. And that design work has already been begun, is almost complete for the standard prototype elementary school. So exactly what we built at Heisel with the few continuous improvement modifications that we always make in the prototype discussion. So I just kind of, if I don't hear any major feedback, then we'll go ahead and start working on that particular proposal.
Yes, and just in the meantime, just ensuring those campuses around there are just getting the support they need, because we know they're experiencing the growth. That's all I ask. But yes, 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 yes for 31.
Yes, ma'am.
And the timing has to do mainly with the roads construction?
Correct. So we've worked with the county and the city of Leander on 2243 expansion and the altering of what that looks like, as well as County Road 175 and the cutoff of the middle of that, and then the road that we're building on that property to connect the two together. And the timing of that really, August 28 opening will get us hopefully close to being able to make sure that all of that works well. There's no guarantee, of course, because that kind of road construction is sometimes delayed, but that would be the best timing for it. I don't think we can delay the elementary school any longer than 28. No, we can't. Based on the projections. Okay, so we'll go.
No, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Because as we're talking about this, are we gonna be consistent? So if we're like, no, we're honoring a bond, we wanna honor that, we wanna address that growth in the district, are we also going to fast track the schools that have low enrollment and make sure we start planning on them immediately right now as well? Because these students are gonna be starting in school in the upcoming year, and I wanna make sure that we're addressing those campuses as well. So I get we're trying to pull things off, but when we do that, I'm very concerned about the inequity in the systems. I want to make sure we're consistent in how we approach.
Yeah, in my opinion, it actually does exactly that, because it allows us to really launch into that conversation quicker, because we have a lot of clarity around how we're going to use the matrix to identify those, and that's what we're going to jump into with a timeline for that as well.
I think not doing this has led to a lot of lack of clarity and lack of being able to okay, this is what's happening, let's move forward, we need to work on this plan. So I'm all for, yes, let's go, let's start. I wish we could do it sooner. We can't, given the roads and everything there, and it is what it is. But thank you.
I can count to 4. I mean, I think it's fine. Board spoken. Here's my question. Sometimes you see at the end of the movie, no puppies were harmed in the making of this film. I just want to make sure that in the making of these schools, no other schools are harmed in the making of these schools. So can we just get that assurances too, that we're not y'all have looked at the situation. That's all I want is to know that administration has looked and made sure that this is not going to trickle down and negatively impact other schools. Y'all have looked at how to balance this.
So in my opinion, we're talking specifically about elementary school 31 right now. The demographics point to the fact that we do need that school at that site to manage the growth. As we've seen from other parts of the district, that changes over time. But at this time and for the next foreseeable future, at least 10 years, we're going to need that additional elementary school in that part of the district to manage the growth that we have in that part of the district.
So
there's no doubt.
31 is a traditional, because that's my question too.
Yes.
Because when Long Range Plan brought it, they said and Anna had said, yeah, there could be a community type component here on 31. Are you talking about something in that design or trying to look at that? Are you talking about, I want to make sure administration, I'm aligned with.
Yeah,
so
thank you.
You're saying that's gonna stay the traditional type model school
So,
for 31.
so that word traditional is tricky because I don't believe that our prototype is traditional. I believe that it's innovative, but that is the model that we've been using. So it is the same model that we built at Heisel, just adapted for that site, of course. And then with any improvements that we make. So we do always go back and continuously improve on those models. So each of those are slightly different. They hopefully are a little better every time. But yes, for the most part, that's a consistent prototype with what's at Heisel.
As far as the community conversation, that was an overall theme for all of our schools, because this board has talked about our schools being our neighborhood schools. And so it's how do we really get behind that concept? And given some of the conversation that came out of the last meeting, right, with certain groups being denied access to that. So it's how do we really improve? We really become a community hub. And so it's how do we make sure we're giving our destination imagination groups that space? How do we ensure that we're giving our robotics that space? And it's really tying into that student and parent engagement. It's not necessarily building this whole area here, community group, we're gonna open this up. It's really just
building the community that you have there, improving what we have right now.
And so 31 then, you said, I'm talking about 31. You're also talking about 32?
I'm about to. I haven't started yet.
Okay, so 31
That's a
is the
separate
first.
conversation.
There's a separate, I just want to make sure I understand what the
Absolutely. This is
conversation
just
could be.
elementary 31 first, and I'm about to talk about 32.
Okay,
As soon
great.
as I'm happy that I have.
So what I understand is you're taking some immediate needs that you see in the district, things that are like, these are, we've got to start working on it now, they're immediate needs, and you're bringing them to the board right now in some type of order. No favored order, in some order.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
I also think we've talked about this over and over in board meetings for over a year. And we've gone round and round, and admin has asked, Bruce has asked, I need to just bring this to a board meeting and get some clarity so we can move forward. So I don't think it's just like a random, hey, I'm gonna fast track this thing. I think those communities would say nothing about this is fast track, but I think it's more of, we've talked about this and we've gone around in circles and we haven't made a firm board decision. And so Bruce said, I need to figure out where the board is on this so that Jeremy and administration can look at, okay, these are the things that are definites. These are the things we're moving forward, and now we can make these plans in these other areas.
And just to clarify, so the reason we're not voting on this is because that's not necessary at this time. The board approval will come through GMP approvals as we get into that process. The schools themselves have been approved in the bond election. The board already put those on a ballot, and so I just want to clarify, I'm not asking for a vote here at all. We're not doing that. I'm just gauging the fact that we're going to actually just start moving forward on that process. All right, so we'll switch to 32. I want to take a little bit more time on this one and just explain my thought process and how I worked my way through this before I tell you what I'm proposing that we do. This one is a little trickier because essentially, in my opinion, there is no good decision to be made here. There are two possibilities, in my opinion. Each of them have positives about them, and each of them have negatives about them. I'd like to walk you through that a little bit more carefully, just from our thought perspective and the conversations that we've had as we go forward. So the question here is not whether to build Elementary School 32. I think we've decided that already. It's just where exactly does it go? The question really is around, we have a site in Treviso, and that has been the conversation. Does Elementary School 32 go inside Treviso? We have the demographic data to show that we will have enough students inside Treviso itself to support an elementary school on that site. We had talked some to say, well, does it have to be the traditional model? There I went and used the word that you planted in my brain, to use the prototype model that we have for a pre-K-5, an innovative pre-K-5 elementary school, or is there something different that we could do, like a K-8 or something like that? As we looked at that site carefully, really that site does not support anything other than our prototype model of a K-5 elementary school. And so it would be really extremely difficult for us to figure out how to do a K-8 model on that site. So we've moved away from that thought and are proposing that if we build on that site, that we do the prototype regular K-5 model that we have. If we were to build that school, I think that becomes a neighborhood school. We have a very strong neighborhood school concept throughout the district. I think that aligns with that and it matches with it well. We have enough students, we feel like, to put that regular prototype in there, and it will be supported over the long term. The impact of that, however, is to other schools in that region. So right now, most of our Treviso students are coming out of Treviso on buses and going down to Mason or to Giddens in that area. So if you build that school there, then that school is supported and that neighborhood works well, but we have a lot fewer students at Mason, and then that impacts Mason, Giddens, and potentially even Deer Creek in that triangle down there. And so that's something that we're just thinking about and making sure that we plan for. So if we do that, then those schools then become part of this other conversation that we're going to lay out in the framework that says now we've got to look at them in the optimization matrix, and we have to do some conversations around that. Over time, Mason will get to close to 1,000 or just over 1,000 students, and so there's going to have to be something done with that if we don't build a school inside Treviso. So the other option is to not build that school inside Treviso, and then we have to modify what we do with Mason, Giddens, and potentially Deer Creek attendance zones. And it also means that we're taking 500 plus kids out of a neighborhood and busing them past a school site and then all the way to different schools in the district, which is not ideal either in terms of what we do. So having said all that, having talked to the team and really having listened to all the conversations that we've had over a long period of time, my proposal is that we build elementary school number 32 in Treviso, and we start that process as quickly as possible because we have not started design on that building yet, and that we propose to open that building in 2028 along with elementary school 31.
I think that supports our model of neighborhood schools. I think, like you said, I appreciate you saying, if we don't do it, we have this problem. If we do it, we're gonna have this problem. So I go back to when we talk about our vision and we talk about our mission, and I think one of the foundations of Leander ISD is our community school. If we don't do this, we're busing hundreds and hundreds of children and potentially to 3 different schools from one neighborhood. I think that goes against what we talk about for community schools, and it's not ideal, and it impacts other schools. But I can tell you, all of these other neighborhoods, nobody would want that for their neighborhood. And so I think I'm supportive of that.
Well, you're right. Remember, we just had elementary rezone conversation, and we had a neighborhood up in the north that was going to be split into 3 different neighborhoods. And what did this board decide? We decided to keep that neighborhood together. So like, we've made this vote before where we understand the value of neighborhood schools because we voted on a scenario that kept that neighborhood together. I have to see how the matrix works out, but we'll have that conversation later. But yes, we need to get started on 32. I think about that drive down 1431, and it's not, we're putting kindergartens on that bus, and just the amount of traffic, we see the growth out there, what's happening. I'm curious to see how the matrix is gonna work out though. I'm gonna be honest with you. We'll have that conversation later because you mentioned, but I'm 100% behind 32. We need to get started on that now rather than later. I don't wanna kick the can down the road anymore.
I agree with Anna, and I think a lot of the points that you brought up, these were discussions that we had when we decided to put 31 and 32 on the bond. These aren't new issues. Everybody who was on this dais at the time of that bond vote, we were aware that those were issues, like Gloria said, and you were just talking about. Every build is gonna create and alleviate different sets of problems at the same time. But I agree with what's been said, busing that many students to that many different campuses when we could just build one and accommodate the neighborhood as the community approved in a bond doesn't make much sense to me. So I would like to get started on 32 as well.
One, I would say thank you for your thoughtfulness and sharing the rationale and giving us that transparency. Thanks for kind of the commitment to the neighborhood school concept. And I know you're committed to neighborhood engagement. And so just looking forward to, as you kind of think about that design, look forward to hearing what the community engagement plan is around that and bringing the community into that process.
Yes, sir.
So I'm processing, because I agree. Our community came out and voted on a bond for these things. our community's also told us to, be conscientious of the funding that we're using. And we know that we're approaching a legislative session that does not guarantee a whole lot more funds. So I have conflicting thoughts as I'm thinking about our past and our history, where when we built the school, and because of INS dollar shortage, we weren't able to actually use that school. And so I'm thinking, if we know how that happened then, looking at the environment now, are we walking straight into that again? And when we talk about how much we want to support neighborhood schools, because I so love what I believe is this board's heart to support those neighborhood schools, right? But we don't have a school in every neighborhood. And so there are kids who are getting bused in other neighborhoods. So that's not really an apples to apples comparison, I feel like. And when I look at neighborhood schools, I think of Mason, Giddens, and Deer Creek. That's 3 neighborhood schools. And I honestly feel a bit gutted, I guess, as it feels like. And so I'm processing those feelings and emotions, like, where is this coming from? Because it feels like we've circumvented, and we said, okay, we're gonna deal with these 2 things. And I'm sitting here going, okay, well, maybe you have an answer, and your next statement is you're gonna talk about these low enrollment schools. And maybe we don't go into this PowerPoint, maybe you have a solution for that. And you have an answer for these schools that are already seeing such decline in enrollments, they can't make the schedules, teacher enrollment's gonna get low, they know they're on the list, they're all talking, so maybe that's your 3rd conversation for us, and I'm just jumping ahead, and I need to wait for you to get there, because I hope you have something that you're gonna talk about these low enrollment schools, and especially if this is not something the board's gonna, put in place, because these do have consequences. There's no right answer. This is a hard decision. I'm not saying there's the perfect answer, because it seems like everyone has this give and take. So I'm not sure where I stand right now. I did not realize this. I would have read up more. I would have had more answers. I would have asked for more data. I get this doesn't feel new, but there's a lot of things we talked about from when we originally approved a bond to now. And so I wasn't prepared for that specific discussion. I was prepared for the discussion y'all had in the agenda.
Well, in September, we did tell administration we wanted 31 and 32 to get started. The board was very, very clear. What was the common theme of the night? The will of the board. And so we did give direction. And I guess, on the flip side of this, I'm thinking about student outcomes, right? Nobody is kicking the can. I don't want to kick the can down the road. We have an issue to address here. And it's the under-enrolled schools that we have in the entire district. And I'm thinking right now, these schools that we have in the north, we want to talk about ratios and student outcomes. Like, we're doing a disservice to these students in the north right now, and yet nobody seems to be worrying about that. But I'm just saying, we completed this whole matrix to go over these under-enrolleds and to address it, and we haven't got there yet. But on the flip side of this, Elementary 31 at 2243 was supposed to be opened up 2 years ago. We are behind right now. So what we're doing to those students, it's a disservice. So I'm not saying we're not kicking the can down the road and not addressing the under-enrolled schools, because we have to. Because yes, morale, we need to address the morale there. But want to talk about student, ratios, like we have an equity issue here. And so I don't think we're kicking the can down the road. I don't think the talking of 31 and 32 is out of nowhere. This is in September, what was it, 17th, 18th? I can't remember my dates anymore. This board was very, very specific on what we wanted, and the will of the board was very clear that we wanted 31 and 32 to be built ASAP.
The item on the agenda says the discussion of the framework for the long-range planning future presentation. Nowhere in here does it say that we're gonna talk about that decision tonight, and that's why we have an agenda. And
so that we can properly talk. Honestly, I didn't even think we needed this, because I thought in September it was crystal clear already. But then after more discussion, Dr. Gary and I talked, and he goes, I don't know if it really was crystal clear. I was like, I thought it was in September. He says, we can't really start jumping into long-range planning framework until these two big things are set, and we know that. And I thought we already did know that, because if I go back and look at that September meeting, we specifically talk about it. It's in board briefs. And we talk about these things. And so I don't think that it needs to be on the agenda, because we can't start planning this. This is a part of it, basically. I don't think 31 and 32 needs to be an agenda item. It's part of our long-range planning framework. And it's more of, hey, Bruce is saying, administration needs some clarity on it. I thought we had that clarity in September, but obviously we're having this discussion this robustly right now. I see why you needed some clarity on the discussion. So yes, you were right. We did need to bring this back and seek further clarity. So I think I need to hear from some other board members so that we can kind of feel where the will of the board is on 32.
So I do see in the presentation, there is a outline or a timeline that includes 31 and 32. So that's where, Trish, I see that this discussion is part of this particular agenda item. And I don't have any problems with it.
Okay, so we are going to get to under-enrolled schools, so I'm going to turn it over to Jeremy to walk us through the long-range planning framework, and I'll give a summary at the end that I think will address what the third part of that is.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing. Thank you, members of the board, for engaging in that conversation, because we do want to get to the framework conversation. So last time I was in front of you on January 9th, I had a lot of other individuals sitting alongside me as the Long-Range Planning Committee presented their outcomes from the work that they've been doing within those subcommittees that we got a charge from you, the board, in September. And at the end of that presentation, we did get direction to move forward and develop a framework that can help outline the next steps in long-range planning and those efforts that need to happen moving forward. So that's what we're going to discuss tonight, is that outline. There's going to be a framework. It's not going to have all the answers, but it's going to have a framework that we can work through together collaboratively moving forward to long-range planning. I do want to emphasize, again, that no decisions have been made at this time regarding the optimization of any specific campuses. I do acknowledge that during that presentation, the committee did show some of their work to demonstrate how this tool works, and that the tool that we're going to be utilizing moving forward. But I do want to emphasize that none of those decisions have been made at this time. To kick this conversation off, I want to start with a quote, an activity that we did within the committee tied to the quote from A.J. Giuliani that you've heard over and over, that drives some of the educational perspectives that we've been throwing out over the last 9 months, and Dr. Gearing introduced that. But this quote, this activity came out with this statement, that our job is not to look at our facilities just for a specific purpose, but to ensure that they are equipped to meet future needs. And that ties to the conversation that we're going to have tonight around our lower enrolled campuses. I also am going to bring back the two mountains with the bridge in between. It's an analogy that I think is important to this work as well, because the next steps that we're going to take over the next several months and years is much like building a framework for a bridge. That framework is that solid, well thought out structure that supports the work that's been done to this point, the work that will continue to be done over the next several months. And in that bridge actually represents that pathway to a future. We don't know exactly what that future is going to be, but it's going to lead us to that future. And by combining these two elements, we actually can connect today's discussions to tomorrow's opportunities with clarity and purpose. That's what we're going to try to do. That's why we developed this framework, to help us navigate these conversations. The objective is to make sure that we leverage the tools and the analysis that has been done. The tool is developed by the Long Range Planning Committee and utilizing that while prioritizing needs that we have in the district and concepts that we have in the district, and focusing on facility optimization, innovative academies, and open enrollment. Those three focus areas that you charged the Long Range Planning Committee with in September. And then along with board approval, board review of these along the way. Now, the focus will be to ensure that all of these considerations that are brought before you do remain actionable and they're aligned with the district needs, with the final decisions made collaboratively between administration and the board, but also we want to make sure that we do consider our community values, because these campuses lie within the communities within this district, and that is important to make sure that we hear that voice. So thinking of open enrollment, we're going to start with open enrollment. Open enrollment is focused on paving a path forward to make sure that we understand where policies and procedures can take us that would allow us to possibly implement an open enrollment policy beginning in 26-27 school year, if that's the decision. It's a decision where the policy would need to be approved around that May or June timeframe of this year. But we also understand that we need to develop certain regulations and requirements that would inform that policy as it worked through policy committee. But also there are a couple of things that are tied to open enrollment that we need to make sure that we focus on before this. One of those being the intra-district transfer policies and procedures that we actually have currently in place. Now, this has just wrapped up a process improvement effort, and so it's going to be important to look at the information that's coming back to us from that effort, because we need to make sure that we do that well. We need to make sure that we're doing the intra-district process well before we open up our boundaries to added district transfers. It's going to be really, really important. And we also need to examine the impact that open enrollment could make on this district, that on our campuses, and understand that. There's going to be benefits tied to this, but where do those benefits lie? Do they lie across the district or in certain areas of our boundaries? And we also need to make sure that we acknowledge and we're thoughtful of the pros and cons and what that could lead to moving forward. Secondly, we need to monitor. Some districts are moving forward with big plans on open enrollment across the state of Texas. And one of those we've talked about. Frisco is very confident in their open enrollment and what it's going to actually provide them. And so allowing some runway to monitor that, see where they end up in the August timeframe of this year for next school year, and then that may inform down the road whether you want to move forward or not. Developing a policy does not commit you to actually implementing it. And so this really does prioritize what we have in place now and serving our students before we kind of work through serving out-of-district transfers into our district. Now, moving on to facility optimization and innovative academies. You see a dotted line with arrows there. There's an association there. They're not tied directly, but there's an important aspect of both of these, because what we need to do is utilize the framework that's been created by the Long Range Planning Committee that developed this tool, this matrix. We need to make sure that we utilize that with updated data. And this can inform us, how do we implement project needs that we have across the district? We have needs. You saw the Long Range Planning Committee starting with some of those when it came to New Hope High School in Leo, early childhood centers. But beyond that, there's some other needs in this district that need to be accounted for. But also there could be some ideas from innovative academies. There may be something out there that we may want to implement. What we need to do is combine these two aspects, looking at our campuses that are underutilized at this point, and utilizing that tool to show possible opportunities. We match both of those with the tool and the priorities and needs that we have in the district, and that's what considerations would come back to you as a board as we walk through this process to lead to future considerations. Now let's look at a timeline. Like, what does this look like? I have this in two ways. I have it in bullets, and then I have it in graphic form after this. So as we all want to see it in different ways. We're going to start with short term. That's 1 to 3 months. What that is really establishing the process for implementing the open enrollment policy. We know it needs to go to policy committee, but we also know we need to develop some regulations. That's going to happen pretty quickly to start developing that so it can better inform you when you make that decision.
Does it also include directly surveying our staff on their thoughts of this, like administration?
So I think
Campus principals, APs?
it's an important piece, right, to understand that, especially even starting with our campus leaders. We need to make sure that we understand what the perceived impact is, and then others have experienced it as well. And we also need to learn how does even the inter-district transfer policy right now impact them, and that's some of the learning that we've done in the process improvement effort. And then all along that time, we're in this 1 to 3 months, you're going to see there's going to be touch points with you, the board, to engage you in these conversations as we develop these priorities and these needs across the district, so we're on the same page as we continue to move forward. And then let's look at midterm. That's that 3 to 6 month timeline. That's where develop the open enrollment regulations, and where that policy approval could come into play in the May and June time frame. And then we want the board to really understand and approve what those project needs are, so we can move forward with running those through that optimization tool to better understand what matches we may have. And that last bullet is really important. We need to make sure that we establish what our communication and our engagement plans are going to be as we work further and further down through this framework, and we start realizing some of those opportunities are going to be incredibly important. Lastly, we talk about long-term. Some of these ideas, some of these concepts would be able to be implemented similar to 31 and 32. When it comes to optimization, repurposing, there are 2023 bond dollars to implement some of these concepts. There's currently stands about $100 million allocated to repurposing projects. $60 million of that $161 million was taken for the Early Childhood Center at Halsey that the Bond Oversight Committee and the Long Range Planning Committee brought before you. And so what we're going to need to do is identify what could be actually implemented with 2023 bond, but some of these are going to go beyond that, and additional bond dollars may be needed in order to implement that. And so in order to do that, we need to make sure that if we're planning on a future bond, to deploy CFAC, the Citizens Facility Advisory Committee. And so that could come in that long-term time frame. And then lastly, implementing the open enrollment for the 26-27 school year, if applicable, if you do want to move forward with that as we observe some of the things over the next 12 months.
Is there a way to put in the short-term goals, 1 to 3 months? I mean, we just talked about 2 right now, immediately. Can we not go ahead and add the low enrollment schools, the ones that are also being impacted with learning, that our teachers' morale are being impacted, the ones that we know right now are low enrollment? Can we not have some solutions for them in 1 to 3 months so that they know for the upcoming school year, or they have some idea of what's coming up? Because this is pushing us possibly 2 years out.
So one of the things is I'll bridge that conversation to this slide. And I think when we look at 1 to 3 months, we need to first, as we update the tool with updated information, that can be done. But then that's going to identify what those campuses are, right? And then from there, again, we're going to need to match those campuses with project needs. And the campus has to meet the needs of that project or that priority.
Wait, let me make sure I'm hearing you right, because it sounds like what we're focusing on is district building needs to see if they could go in campuses, because that's kind of what the facility matrix was designed for, right?
Sure.
What it doesn't do is it doesn't address if that's what we're going to go ahead and do, then let's go ahead and do it and move those kids. Like, we can go ahead, if that's the plan, if that's what we're ultimately going to do, then can we go ahead and move the students for the next coming year? If that's going to be what you are going to recommend anyway, why would you keep that school open, running at half capacity?
So I will jump in here and say
help
that.
me. I'm just trying to process, and I'm just trying to find these tension points because I'm just missing something here.
So I think what I hear from you is the urgency to say, if we have really low enrollment schools, that we move those students to other schools?
Well, if that's gonna be what you are gonna suggest, you haven't gotten the projects married yet. You're like, oh no, I know we're gonna end up doing this to a campus, then let's go ahead and let them know. If we're gonna make it an innovative solution or academy or whatever we're gonna call it, innovative academy, that's different. Then that means we're just gonna, that campus, are you telling me that it might be that you have a school that in one wing's gonna have innovative academies and one wing's gonna have a district entity?
So I think you're jumping to solutions already, and we're not ready for solutions quite yet. We will be by the time we get to May. So in the 3 to 6 months, we will have really brought all of these steps together and have identified those campuses, and we will really have hopefully some marriage between what are the needs in the district and which campuses might those fit in. But we've never in this district turned around a change like that in a short term. So there's not going to be any change to campuses for the 25-26 school year. The earliest possibility for those kinds of changes is going to be for the 26-27 school year.
So we have before, when we were going out for bond, we actually told campuses, hey, we're gonna make this change and we wanna get repurposing for it. And then we said, no, wait, we wanna make sure we get community input. So we've spent, like, what is it? How long has it been? A year and a half? I'm losing track of time
It's
here.
2 years actually, almost exactly.
Yeah, so 2 years ago, we said, hey, we think we're identifying some of these low enrollment campuses. That's 2 years these students have been on low enrollment campuses. And now we're saying we're gonna do another year. Can we, like, Anna was on the long range planning committee.
Since the beginning.
And said, they identified campuses. There was other campuses identified by the number, if there's low, it's low. So do we help those campuses now? I'm not saying let's put a district necessarily facility in. That's my whole question with 31 and 32. It's like these feel like they're piecemeal things, and I want to see how the picture looks all together. Can we divide it, north, central, south? Does everybody get a little district? Everybody gets a little innovative academy, and we're going to address all the low enrollment schools, right? How do we look at this and get some answers for those really low enrollment schools?
I think we need to use the matrix, because I'm going to be honest, the proposed scenarios that were presented, I have questions. I don't even know if the matrix works, because Giddens was used as an example, and per the data that was presented, shouldn't be on there. So I think we use the matrix that this committee put together and see if it works. That's what I need to see. I need to see this matrix in action, because it is. Y'all spent a year and a half building this matrix, and it's supposed to do everything you're saying. It's not just one piece and it's gonna take care of this. It is a domino effect, and kicking off 31 and 32, honestly, we should have done that a year ago, because we need to be doing we've got to make decisions. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm going to go back to this. I think we need the matrix to be ran. I think as soon as Jeremy and your team can run that matrix, we should see those scenarios ASAP.
Jeremy?
I also think there are steps that have to happen in there. There's other factors that influence that, right? 31 and 32. Open enrollment. So Jeremy's trying to bring us this timeline and feedback loop, because all of these things are going to have impacts in other places. We know where, or we can have some ideas of where open enrollment probably won't make a big impact, but we know areas that are on borders, at edges. We know where they may have an impact. And so we can start doing things in those places. All of those pieces can be factored in here, but I don't think we're at a point to say, here are the solutions tonight, and we're gonna start pulling kids out of schools in the fall. I don't think we're at that place. I'm not at that place.
Well, let's be clear. My question was, if we already know that if you're running because you're getting ready to bring us the update on the facilities project needs, if you already know that we're going to put a district facility, or district, thing on a campus, we already know that in February. Why on earth would we have that campus wait for 1 year until we do something. I mean, why can we not address the needs, right? That's a long time for somebody to be held in limbo. That's my question. No, I don't want to close and move kiddos, but I'm saying that matrix that we're talking about, the matrix was only developed to address if you have a need in the district, you could put it in there. I still don't know what's the, I don't know, point where you try to put an innovative academy in there. So tell me this. Let's just start with first step one. The matrix only tells you, based on a district facility thing that you've identified, what campuses might fit. What are you going to do to decide if that campus could have had an innovative academy before you put the district need in there?
Are you not wanting to go to community conversations? Because we've always talked about that. And that's one of my questions is, you put together this matrix, I'm not, it throws something out. I'm not going to give specific schools, not going to go down the road. And it throws something out. We've always said, this board has been very, very clear. We go back to the community. And I think the next question that I've had, and I've asked Dr. Gehring, is what happens if that community pushes back and they're like, no, we don't want that there. So do you not want us to go to the community and you just want to go ahead and make the decision and no community input? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, well, I get if you're only listening to part of it, it might sound like that. But if we want to look at the full picture, we've been talking about this for quite some time. And if we're saying, if you're going to come back to me and say, here's a projected need, here's where we're going to go with this on the campus. Sure, we can hear the campus, but then if the district says, no, that's still where we're going, that's 1 year school hasn't been addressed. That's what I'm talking about. What are we going to do with the low enrollment schools for this school year that are coming up? I just don't see an answer there, and I find that confusing. I also later, just a side note, let me just put it over there so we can get done with it so we don't have to talk about it anymore. On 31 and 32, you're opening them both together. I would like a note on what that's going to do to INS for us, because that's also going to be a big piece.
I think you mean M&O, correct?
Yeah, M&O,
Yes.
thank you. Yeah, INS, that's a different one. But yeah, I want to know what that's like when you open up 2 campuses at the same time, because we were told that hits us that way too. So there.
I understand you, Trish, I understand your wanting things to move quickly, and I kind of felt that same way about even open enrollment, since to me it sounded like it was a low lift thing, especially where you could just try a certain area, maybe elementary school or whatever for this school year. But you have put on here that it really has to go through this process of the of drafting that policy, and that takes some time. The one other thing that I wanted to know with respect to open enrollment is, would you let us know the staffing needs for that? Are we going to use our existing staff, or does there need to be an additional staff member? I mean, and that's where I thought doing it on a small scale to start could kind of let you know. But if we're going to start 26, 27, then we might as well just fully launch it. Is that something that you would look into as well to tell us the full impact of the open enrollment? And what that application process is going to look like and all of that stuff.
That's what we intend to build over these next couple of months to inform what the policy could look like. Because a lot of the regulations will tie back to that. You may make a statement in your regulations that we will not add an additional staff member, based on this. You try to fill in maybe some available seats with what you have from a staff perspective. That's a philosophy, but there's other philosophies too. And so those are some of the considerations that we'll try to help you navigate as we build.
Or even the staff that's going to run the program, or we can
I
use
got
our
you. Okay, the
existing
support,
staff.
the supporting of that.
Support, just the support.
Yeah, and I think some of even the intra-district, that effort, that improvement effort, I think we'll learn some from that too, and we may be able to combine some efforts there.
And so the timeline on the intra-district was that 1 to 3 months when we're going to fully do the intra.
So
the improvement plan on that one.
Yeah, so that just wrapped up, and so we're synthesizing all that information and seeing what next steps could be. So we don't have all of that data for you on how the changes could be implemented, but that should be forthcoming soon.
So
we have open enrollment, we have our, our enrollment between campuses that's coming up March 1st. I'm guessing we're going to wait to implement any new rules until next year.
It depends if there's anything that's reasonable and practical that we could fold in.
So my other question, policy committee, FDB, in regards to admissions with district, I can't ever say that word. It needs to be updated because it hasn't been updated since 2012. So when y'all are done with your thing, please get with the policy committee so the local policy aligns with what administration is doing.
Yeah, I made that note from last time. Yep, got it.
I appreciate the timeline and the feedback. Look, I know I was very aggressive on open enrollment as well. I think that we have an opportunity to really look at our in-district enrollment, make sure that that's polished, make sure that it flows well, and then it gives us time to get policy in place. It gives us time to look at, there's a lot of school districts rolling it out right now. Lessons learned. Let's take the benefit of those lessons learned. And a lot of the policies around some of these other school districts, they'll say that as people apply, the application of that child cannot cause for an additional staff member or additional training of staff members. And so it's in classrooms that they have a teacher and there's 6 extra spots in that classroom, right? They also, some of the districts have rules on their attendance at their last school rate had to at least be at a certain percentage. That their attendance, once they come into your school district, has to be maintained at a certain percentage. And so there's a lot of things in there, like you said, in theory, how that plays out. I think we'll have an opportunity to see that with other school districts. But there's a lot of creative language around making sure that you're not putting yourself in a position where you're having to just hire a lot of staff. It's really to fill in those gaps. And also, you set it up at what schools. And that's something where policy, the board can have a discussion of schools that have enrollment under X percentage. We're going to open enrollment to those schools only. And even then, in the application, it's going to say it's based on availability of classroom space in that grade, in that classroom. Because it may be that that's an open enrollment school, but 3rd grade is at capacity, And so there's a lot of language that is out there right now for all these school districts that are rolling this out. I think this really gives us an opportunity to work on our own improvement process and then do it in a more thoughtful way in 2026. We'll be able to market it to those areas where we think, that will make an impact. So I think this is a well-defined timeline. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, yeah. So, Jeremy, I think I mentioned this to you as well. Like, I just wanted to communicate it publicly, but for me, my priorities are students that live within our boundaries.
Absolutely.
And so I think it is important to really prioritize the intra-district process. And my question was, and I think you answered it, but just identifying process improvements that we can implement this coming year. Also, to add to that would be, what can we learn if March is kind of that timeline and we're unable to make significant improvements? Are there programs that there's more demand than we have capacity for? I think we're already doing some of the innovative academies around the district, and it might be less of creating something new versus replicating programs or designs that are already existing within the district. And so if we have programs that have more demand than capacity, is that an opportunity to boost enrollment at a low enrollment school to port that program into that school?
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll make sure we fold that layer into the evaluation and bring to you. Okay.
I have a question in regards to the innovative academies. Where are we at in regards to that local policy? Because I know I was on that subcommittee last year. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just want to make
I
sure
can
that
get that
doesn't
update
get
for
lost
you.
in this. I know. So their policy committee, if y'all can just keep, I know that subcommittee worked on it, even though some of us didn't want that.
Go, Sarah, I'm sorry.
Yes, so we actually have the draft policy that came out of the work from last year with the Long Range Planning Committee. Because of the work that the committee was engaging in this year, we held that to see what came out of that, because we didn't want to take forward a policy that may in some way contradict things. So we have it ready that we can bring forward.
Yeah, can we make sure we get that to policy, especially if we're gonna be putting scenarios in, right, running through the matrix? I wanna make sure that y'all know, if we're gonna start a program, I wanna see we're gonna give it 110%. We're not gonna just abandon it in the next 3 to 5 years, so that's all.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you walk me through that timeline? Administrative list of potential project needs for consideration. Do you currently have that list of needs? What does this entail in February? What would this be?
Yeah, so what's going to happen in February, you can see that I'm going to be in front of you almost every month. And so what we're going to do is administratively, we're going to develop what that project list, those needs, okay? And we're going to bring that in front of you, discuss what they are for you to give feedback on, to evaluate. Because once we get on the same page on what those needs are, then that's when we run it through the matrix.
So the project list would be things like possibly the police department.
Correct.
Okay,
Still got New Hope High School, we still have Leo, we still have those.
So is it to make sure it's a need? Is that what administration is asking for the board, or what are you coming to the board then?
Yeah, what we want to do is just reaffirm that those still are needs that we support administratively and from the board. Before we go running that through the matrix and that identifies an opportunity, we don't want to go down that far down the path without having the conversation and engaging with you to make sure that we're on the same page, that is a need and we need to find a possible solution for that.
At that time of the conversations, if we say, yes, that's a need, then does that mean that that has to go into one of our elementary schools?
What we're going to do is we're going to propose possibilities. We're still going to have a dialogue. Even when we get to May, it may say that this need would best be suited for this campus. And then we're going to have a conversation. And we may go down the road and say, well, maybe that's not what the best solution is. And maybe we need to revisit that. But that's what we're going to bring to you. That's not going to be that this is what we're doing. This is going to be, here's an opportunity and a consideration for a solution. What do we think as a board, along with district and administration, do we want to continue to move forward with this so we can engage community, et cetera?
And I want to follow up with what my board members are saying. So, of course, going to get plenty of community input. So at that point, then, are you going to be asking for community input?
Yeah, I think at that point, that's why I'm saying
not on the
that,
timeline,
like,
so I just
yeah,
wanna make sure.
3 to 6 months, yeah, it's not on this, but 3 to 6 months is we need to have our communication and engagement plan in place so we can communicate with you. So then when we get to that point, then you know that we're falling back on that plan that we came up with for community engagement. I don't have that to put in front of you today, but that's something that's going to be developed within this time, within this timeline.
And then why wouldn't list of potential innovative academy concepts come before us in February? What is it that you're going to be doing, or why does that take longer to bring to us in February?
Yeah, I think what we discussed, one thing is identifying, and you heard it from even the presentation from the subcommittee, that innovation is pretty ubiquitous across all of our campuses. And so I think it would serve us well to identify what those are. What's occurring in our campuses now, bring that in front of you. So just so we have a better understanding and identify some of these things are already happening. And some of these we may be able to ramp up in our campuses without necessarily needing an innovative academy. But we also want from that presentation to develop with our administration team any other concepts we may want to bring in front of you, because we need to do that simultaneously with the tool, because you may lose out on an opportunity if you assign a potential campus to this need where it could serve better for an innovative academy. So I know they're staggered a bit, but we need to do that in order to concentrate some of the administrative work.
And so then, at that point, you're going to look at the bond dollars or the bonds that our community's already voted on.
Yeah.
And it'll be like, hey, our community already voted for this, so this moves. Voted for this repurpose in this area, so we're going to move this. So those go first. And then whatever's left, you're looking at sending it to the bond optimization,
the
bond,
the
yeah.
CFAC.
Yep,
We-
bond oversight. Are you gonna send those to bond oversight to see if there's any additional bond dollars before we go to CFAC and ask for the funds?
We could at that stage, but, looking at where we are, we may not have identified all of those savings. If we do, then we could have that conversation. Depends on what our ask is and if we do have associated dollars. If we see an opportunity there, then I think it'd be well worth the discussion with the BOC.
And just to clarify, so the bond conversation that we're having about May of 2026 is about more than just this conversation.
Right.
So it's not just about repurposing, because there's a lot of modernization projects, and other district needs to keep up the current facilities that we have to make sure that we're keeping up with those. And then there's early college, high school, some other things that are not necessarily in this part of the conversation. So I just want to make sure that's not the only consideration.
I also, go ahead, Shani. Well, no, I was just going to say that something that we're going to bring back to you, because we discussed it today, is just knowing with all of these projects going on, even what's in the 23 bond, what could come out of 26, how do these all align? What is our runway to get there, right? Because we do have possibly in the next bond could be included early college, high school. We have Leander High School Master Plan Phase 2. So all of these things, if we need to put this all in front of you so you see how all these projects are interconnected and how they may impact just how you roll out any of these plans. So that'll be folded in here as well as we move through the process. Sorry.
And so last time when we heard from our committee members, and there were some scenarios that were presented, where in this timeline would those scenarios like applying, other than the matrix, where would that fall within this timeline? Looking at those scenarios again with regards to this.
So I think it's important to understand that what the subcommittees brought to us were examples really to demonstrate how the optimization matrix works, and not necessarily here's what we should do. So our job as administration is to now go away, take the tool that they gave us, and make sure that we bring that back to the board with the updated data, and then we'll be bringing you recommendations.
And the matrix will be used for the entire part of the district?
Yes, so I think when it says that we're bringing the needs of the district, really, in my mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, but for me, the tool that they created does two different things. It identifies which campuses are available to do something with and what priority order those fall in. And then we'll identify what are the needs in the district. And that really, for me, we've called it Innovative Academies. It really is split into needs for me and then Innovative Academies. We need to fill this needs piece first, and make sure that we've met those needs, and then we can go to that Innovative Academy part and say, so what else can we do? What are our opportunities for being creative and helping enrollment in the district?
Go ahead.
I have talked with admin about this previously, and I will apologize because I'm going to be a little more strongly worded than I usually am. I'm having a hard time with this process. As part of this timeline, I would like admin to look into how other districts are doing this, because this process is not working. And I am only speaking for myself, but we as a board spent 2 hours giving instruction in September, and we're still having the same exact conversation how many months later? I've listened to that presentation multiple times. There was nothing in there that was unclear about what we requested. And now we have a committee presentation last board meeting that comes back with almost none of what we asked as part of to be tasked. Multiple communities are furious because we allowed all of these scenarios to be put out in a very official manner. And now again, we're still up here having the same conversations. We have aging facilities. We're almost at construction build out. I understand prioritizing construction when it's happening, but we're almost done with that. So my concern is this board, the next board, are we all going to be repeating this because we can't come up with a process that works for a district of 50,000 people and dozens of facilities that are aging and changing populations and changing demographics? The entire process needs to be streamlined, because us doing this to our communities every so often, especially these same few schools that keep being used in scenarios, it's not okay. You're talking about kids, you're talking about teachers who are worried about the buildings they're in, they're worried about the communities they've built. And we aren't helping that by not building a better process. So my request to administration, we cannot keep doing this. So during this timeline, I personally would appreciate if admin could look at this process. What are we tasking these committees? How are we structuring these committees? And how are we presenting this information to our communities in an efficient and streamlined manner? Because we keep having these same conversations, and then we're gonna try and go say, oh, now we need a bond? As a community member, I'm gonna have a hard time with that if I don't know what's happening to my community school, because the parameters keep changing. So my request is that we streamline this and fix the process so that we can restore the confidence in our community, and so that we can get up to the standard that a district of this size needs to be.
Yeah, I'd like to see how the matrix works, not tonight, but because I still have doubt in it, just because of the way the presentation rolled out last week. That's it, just because certain schools should have been in that. I just need to understand what does that look like, so we'll get.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I think as we have these questions, I think it is important to know, like, how are we charging our committee and what our committee's doing? Because I heard the committee several times go, hey, what is our task here? What is our task here? Spent a whole lot of time working on a matrix and realizing the only district needs they were given were all ones that had to be in central, so they weren't able to address other areas. So then you had to find a new floor plan then, a new way to address the ones that don't fit this model, right? If all the district needs are central, what are we gonna do? And I think that's a question that I want to see y'all address, because if you're going to tell me our police department needs to be central, if our New Hope needs to be central, if our Leo needs to be central, if the early learning central, I mean, there's only so many places central we have available. And so that's what the district was saying to the committee. And so it's going to be interesting to see, is the district going to say, oh, well, maybe through that process, maybe we've realized we can't put everything central, because then that's the only campus that we're in. And how are we gonna do it if we're putting all the district facilities central, and yet we're gonna talk about these innovative academies? Does that mean that the central gets no innovative academies? And so how, again, are we gonna kind of weigh this out over the whole system, north, central, and south? How does everybody get an innovative academy if you're under a little bit of district facilities? How does this work? Or do y'all see it a different way? I am curious, Dr. Gehring, what do you suggest? Because this is now this might be 3 years that we're looking at schools with under enrollment, 2? I don't know how long are we talking about now?
So I'm not sure that we solve all the under enrollment problems that we have. Even if we were to try to do that effectively, I don't think it's possible. That's part of the reason that we're trying to come at it from multiple areas. So the reason we're talking about open enrollment is because we're trying to fill up those seats if at all possible. We'd love to fill all of our schools again. But that's what this process does, is it identifies where is all the space and what can we do with it and what should we do with it. but we are going to at some point have to look at that and see it's not going to be a one-on-one match. So is there leftover space, and if there is, what do we do with it? Or is there not enough space for us to do the things that we need to, in which case do we have to build something new? So I think in the next 6 months, that's what our opportunity is to look at all of that.
What do you think we can do for our campuses right now who are under enrollment, who aren't able to run at the optimization that they know they can do, and that it does impact morale? Is there any bridge or something we can do for them who they have had issues? They have been slowly declining. Is there anything we can do emergency as all this is going on?
I don't think that it's necessary. So those campuses, while it's not ideal, it's also not hurting children. Having small campus sizes is actually something that is very common across the nation. We've talked about the research over school size and the fact that in Texas we have very large schools. And that brings a lot of efficiency to the table, but it also brings a lot of other issues. We're not used to having small schools, and there are some issues. I visited with Christy Hilbin at Giddens today over exactly this issue. And there are some issues when you're down to 3 or 2 sections in a grade level. But there's lots of small rural school districts across the state that deal with that every single day. So this is not an issue that I feel like we have to urgently address for the start of the next school year. And I sense that's what I'm hearing from you, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't see that need.
Help me align that, because what I'm hearing and hearing out there is that our system is designed in a certain way where we have these larger campuses. So it impacts your PLC. It impacts the way we as a district have said we want to roll things out. It impacts making master schedule. It impacts filling up those clubs and all those things that we've said as a system we're going to do is different. We don't run like a rural school.
Right.
And so that's what I'm thinking.
Absolutely, I agree with you. In an ideal world, I'd like to operate schools at capacity, because that's what they're designed to do. And fiscally, that makes a lot of sense to me, because it is much more economical and efficient, and we should be paying attention to that as well. I just think the fix needs to be very thoughtful, and it's going to take some time. We've always said that before we do attendance boundaries, we give people as much notice as possible. We do not announce attendance boundary changes. We try to give them a full year's notice if at all possible. And so we're not going to do something for the 25-26 school year that affects moving students and moving staff members. But it is certainly possible that we will announce some things in the summer or early in the fall that affect the 26-27 school year.
If anything, I mean, we should be thinking about what support are we giving those campuses that are over 100%? I mean, you've got 5th grade classes with 29 kids. You want to talk about student outcomes. You want to talk about student relationships. You want to talk about community building. We have campuses right now who are packed. And so if we're going to have the same, concept, let's make sure let's think about our counselor ratios at these under-enrolled schools, and let's compare them to, say, I just know it's all about Tarvin's over 112 kids this year. Those students are not getting the same direct instruction as those students at a lower enrolled campus. So if anything, I hope administration, which I know y'all are, those campuses that are being exploded not only because of the student enrollment from K through 5, but we got to remember a lot of those campuses up in the north are pre-K hubs, and that's creating a whole nother set of issues. And so I think if anything, if we're going to advocate for what's best for each and every student, let's remember that we have campuses right now, because of the budget deficit that we're in, who are begging for extra positions because the staffing and the ratio for our students is not acceptable.
Right.
And so I'm just saying, we have to remember there's still a huge section of our district who, right here, we're delaying Bill 31.
I am curious to see what those surrounding schools ratios are going to be next year.
No, I agree. We have an inequity in our district. We've talked about that. We've got fast enrollment growth, fast growing up in the north. It's stalled out in the south. The inequity creates learning issues all across the district. And I do want to address them, right? And we have talked about certain things we're doing. We've done things like zoning, but I'm talking about this has been waiting for 3 years. So we just built Heisel. We just opened up that elementary. We are moving forward, but it just seems like the low enrollment, it's just been hovering. It just seems like, long range plan was a board, and then we went to committee, and it just seems like this keeps waiting. As Francesca says, this keeps happening. When are we gonna help make decisions and do stuff that helps address our learning needs and does it in a way that is equitable and that does it in a way that looks at all of the district, right? So great, 31, 32, we're trying to address that type of growth up in the north, but still the question remains, how does that impact all the other things? What happens when you put this much M&O? Does it impact something else? Where are we going? It's just, it feels like in this budget shortfall with all this needs, I just wanted to see more information of how these things all impact each other.
Yeah, and
Go
ahead. We did, yes, the long range plan committee has transformed over the years, but this is like the very first time that we're having such, and when I say first time, this school year, is when we're having these robust conversations of what's coming back from the committee. So I think that we're moving forward in that regard. I had mentioned the last meeting, all projects cannot be in the central. People can request the central all they want, but it's you're just gonna have to look at everything and really question, why does it have to be in the central? Not everything's, we have a district that spans 200 square miles. We're not going to pack everything right in the middle. So those are all issues that that has been communicated with them. So I'm just looking forward to having them move on and see what comes out of it.
I agree with you. Our admin building is not central, and we've survived, right? I mean, we've built around it. And so I agree. I don't think we should always say everything has to be in the central. I think we have schools that are very under-enrolled. We have schools that are busting at capacity. I think it's important, over capacity, sorry. Ideally, we would have them all at capacity. That's ideal. I'm not saying, you know what, it's urgent. These schools that are over capacity, I want you to go rezone them all and fix it for the fall. I think a lot of families would not be very happy with this if we tried to do that. I don't think that is the solution. I think we have to be thoughtful. I think we're bringing in all of these pieces, just as you mentioned, Sade, and it's moving. It's moving in this way to say, what are we gonna do? What about these students that are at these under-enrolled schools? Yes, there are definitely cons to that, but at the same time, I think that over-enrolled, over-capacity schools would tell you there's a lot of cons there as well. That's why we're building these schools. That's why we're looking at how we can fill the empty seats in a thoughtful way of creating, a different inter-district policy, a stronger inter-district policy, and then expanding that to out-of-district in a way, as Nkosi, you said, that it still make sure that we have seats and we have quality classrooms for our district, right? And we're gonna be able to expand that quality to other students without adding an extra burden. So I think we have to be thoughtful in all that. I think you presented a plan to get us started on that. So thank you. I know it's messy, and I think it's frustrating for all of us. That frustration is not at you. I'm sorry if it came across. I think we're just frustrated with the whole situation that is the situation. I don't want schools under-enrolled. I don't want students in that. I don't want teachers and educators having to be in that space. I also don't want kids in classrooms that are, maxed and there's little opportunity because there's too many students in that classroom. I don't think that's what anybody wants up here. And so we've got to take it step by step and be thoughtful in this process. And that's what we're doing. It's going to be messy sometimes. And thank you for letting us dive into the messiness. I always tell people ask, why didn't y'all talk about this before the board meeting? And I'm like, because there's walking quorum. We have to hold this until we can sit here. And this is where the messy discussion happens. I can't talk to other board members outside of this space and in this, in this format because of walking quorum. So when you see this messy interaction, it's a lot of data, a lot of information that we've been given from administration, a lot of different pieces that we're looking at, and now we're trying to digest that all together. So thank you for giving us this space and this time, and thank you for listening to us.
And we also hear from our community members as well, so we bring that information to you as well at the meetings. One thing that PASA had said was that open enrollment can help with the kids that either are not showing up or the kids that are moving to other schools out of the district or to charter schools. That open enrollment can help provide some stabilization there, or neutralization. So it's not really expected to really fill the classroom. Something that Christina mentioned the last time, it's not on here, but we should also look into that, which is, and I think it eventually it falls in the communication piece, which is making sure that we continue to market our district and remind people who've left, we want to know why they've left. People who have come back, because I do see some coming back, want to know why they left and why they came back, and just talk about all the great things about the district outside of our little bubble.
Is that something we can work on, is to get kind of more input on why the students or proposed possible students in our boundaries are not here?
We can, yeah.
I think
part of the
Christina
surveys.
SER talked about that's something that they plan to move forward with, is that it's in LISD kind of marketing and some of that information.
Well, I just felt before marketing, right? The information, why? Yeah.
All right. I feel like we've talked about this for a bit. I think we still have some more digesting to do. Thank you, Jeremy. I appreciate that.
So I'll see you in February.
So we'll see you soon. Next, we're going to move on to item 9B4, which is discussion of the 24-25 budget projections. Pete, I hope you're ready for us, because we're all like just charged up.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the greatest board in the state of Texas, trustees, and Dr. Gehring, our superintendent. Appreciate the opportunity to come to you tonight and talk about our current budget as well as our budget development for the 25-26 school year. So as we begin every year in January, we start providing the board kind of an idea of what we're going to finish this current fiscal year at financially. Now, we start very big. We estimate very conservative, so the amounts typically come in high. And then as each month proceeds, we get a little more accurate information, and we're able to run our models and get a little more specific, and that number usually 29, sorry, mic turned off. Hey, we're looking at approximately $29 million deficit based on budget. All the payroll in there is budget. That will be updated with actual as we go through our process. One of the things I did add, we have had some expenses out of fund balance this year, so at the bottom of that report, under the green, I did put kind of the large items that we've taken from that we've come to the board and done budget amendments out of fund balance, just to kind of give you an idea of some of the one-time items. But as we go through the next few months, we will continue to update this, and it will get more and more accurate as each month comes about. So as of right now, we're kind of where we normally are. It's big, it's broad, and then it narrows down as we get more accurate information. But more than happy to answer any questions on this, as we'll continue to provide this to you each month. And as it gets more accurate, I'm sure we'll have more specific or detailed questions or discussions. If there are no questions on that, do you want us to continue on to the budget projections? All right.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still reading through.
Okay, my apologies.
No, that's okay. Yes, let's go ahead and move on.
Okay.
We will move on over to our 9B5, our discussion and consider adoption of 2025-26 budget assumptions.
All right, as we begin the 25-26 budget assumptions, this is as you are all aware, we haven't had any increase in funding since 2019. And so I kind of, as I thought about this, my dad served in the United States Air Force, and I went to high school in Nebraska. And the license plates in Nebraska at the time said "The Good Life" on it. And as we began this budget process, and especially with the current legislative session, I'm not certain that I'm experiencing the good life. But we are definitely trying to press forward. My goal in life was to remain forever young, and I had hair when I got into this business. It's just not happening. So I question my life choices sometimes, but I love what I do, have a great team, and I love working with our staff and our board to handle these challenges, and we're up to the task. And my goal tonight is just kind of walk you through it, give you a very broad picture of where we're at, look what our assumptions are, and why we have the assumptions, and then we'll go through that process over the next 4 or 5 months. If I would quit hitting the volume button and hit the right button, we'll get this going. So our goal this year, our theme, if you will, I think last year we went through the budget process, and one of the comments was made was we didn't really have a theme. So we wanted to make sure we did have a theme this year. So our theme this year is to review, revise, recalibrate, and reinvent. So that's really what our goal has been. All of our discussions have been with our staff, our principals, our campuses, as well as our operations and our departments is, okay, Dr. Gehring was very clear in this budget process. We don't want to change the end result. We don't want to change the student experience. But if there's a way that we can provide that same experience in a more efficient manner and in a different way to how to get there, that's what we want to focus on. So that's what we're doing. We're reviewing. We're in the process of revising. There will be some recommendations for recalibrations and reinvent how we do, but not what we do.
Pete,
You already got to, okay.
Yeah, just a heads up, I'm gonna ask you this at the end, because we have a lot of discussion of our neighborhood schools, and our people that go to our neighborhood schools love our neighborhood schools.
Oh, absolutely.
The question I've been asking is if we know that something's gonna happen to them, how do we not prolong a process that causes them pain? But if we could keep our neighborhood schools open, then we don't have to close any of them. So as you're doing this, I'm just giving you a heads up that at some point at the end of the conversation, I'm going to ask you, can we just keep all of our neighborhood schools? Can we keep them all open? Maybe this isn't, maybe I'm approaching this, I was under the impression we couldn't.
They were terrible?
So I'll ask you at the end.
Okay, I'll have my answer ready for you at the end. I have an answer now, but I'll do it at the end. But I appreciate the question. There you go. I appreciate the question because it's going to, they're tied together. I mean, you can't have those discussions and not have the discussions of the budget. I mean, they're intertwined and they must be aligned in order for us to get where we want to be.
I don't know if that's the place for it really too. So quite honestly, Trish, because then we start talking about what is the size of a school. We just had a discussion about how we can't keep small schools and how terrible it is for them to be. So I don't know if this is the place in the agenda for us to talk about what is the right size of schools. But I think if we talk about financially, right, what would it take to just keep everything? I think that could be part of that discussion.
Absolutely, and to your point, and just so we're clear, we talked earlier about the current model is not running effectively for what I'm hearing from campuses when it goes into low enrollment. But what if we could do a different model? Could we keep the schools? So don't do models. I just want to financially, can we keep our staff? Can we keep our schools open?
No.
We get to the end.
No, it'll be a very high level, general discussion, general response that would need to be discussed further in the future. But okay, so again, back to our budget assumptions. This is kind of where we set the guidelines or the guardrails for the upcoming budget. Now, they're not final. I mean, we make the assumptions. We can always come back and have further discussions and adjust as necessary or accordingly. So I appreciate the opportunity last month to go over the pre-assumptions, kind of get your feedback, kind of get where we were at. I appreciate the discussions between the board meetings with you to be able to further delve into those questions and concerns. Tonight, we'll discuss our budget assumptions and our parameters. Ready to provide any responses or for any questions that we have there. But again, since we had that pre-assumption discussion, most of those are we're similar on the same page, and maybe have a few more questions here and there. This will get us going, and then in February we'll come back. We have I'm not going to read you every item on that slide, but we have a budget workshop at the end of February. We will have the TASB review information. That will be the bulk of that presentation. There will be some budget and finance pieces as well. March, we get the campuses and departments' budgets back. So we're in the process of kind of figuring out what we're doing there. We're looking at keeping the budgets the same, but not really any increases on the department side. We'll go into the details here later on in the presentation. April, we'll need a budget workshop if needed, but our goal is by that time to have we'll get the TASB study back. HR and admin or the chiefs will have an opportunity to take that, look at the recommendations from HR. This is what we like. This is maybe a little massaging we'd like to tweak, and then we'll have something that we can be able to, hopefully our goal is to present to the board in April, which is our standard month where we would approve the compensation plan. There is a little asterisk on that, if you will. The legislature, I don't think, is going to have an answer by April. I've been surprised before, but more than likely it's going to be Friday, probably before Memorial Day, if I were to guess. Or maybe they'll do us a solid and they'll do it on Thursday night before. But it's not going to really line up. But at least by that time we will have an understanding of what the discussions are at the Capitol. We'll know we'll know what everybody's positions are. We'll know what has any chance of going anywhere and what's going to happen. So we'll have an idea. If we need to adjust, we will. May, the board approved the compensation plan is our goal. At this stage, it could be the plan. At this stage, it could be an amount, and then we'll just have to come back and just depending on how it works out. Then we'll give you the proposed board budget, and then we'll come back in June. We'll hold a public hearing, and we plan to adopt the budget. Very similar, but it's a unique year. It is every other year. It's always unique, and every time you have the odd years, because that's when the legislature meets. And some sessions it's not that big of a deal. Other sessions it's major. So we're going to be more toward the major on this year, just due to the fact that we haven't had any funding increases since 2019. So again, just to reset here, we set our base level assumptions. We'll plan on doing that tonight. I'll go through that process presentation again, and then one of the items tonight is to actually approve those assumptions. As we go through the process, we'll continue to monitor and we'll modify as necessary. That's just part of the budget process, and then we plan to wrap it up and adopt the budget in June. Just real quick we'll start with the revenue. Districts are funded based on the average daily attendance. That is one of the areas that we are working on. I actually got some great data tonight. Just got it today, so it's really not in this presentation, but the work that is being done by Brian Miller and his team, as well as our campus principals, our attendance rates are actually holding. We're about almost 0.7, 0.8% higher for this first semester than we were the last semester. If that were to hold based on last year, we typically decrease as each 6 weeks goes by, but we are not. If we were to hold that same, we would probably end this year about 94.1. Last year was 93.8 or 7 or 6. It was down there a little bit. So they're making some progress. I haven't even had a chance to tell Brian. He had a good job. I just got the data today. So, and I know it's not just him, I know his team, and there's a lot of other individuals that are involved in that and to make that, to make those gains. And so hopefully that is a continuing trend, because it's later on in the presentation, but for every 1% increase in our attendance, rate is $3 million. So, but as our enrollment drives the revenue, when we do see lower enrollment, which we have built this budget on, we will see less revenue. And then our recapture amount will increase from the copper penny side because we have less students. So we have less WADA, and how that calculation works, we get to keep less of our local taxpayer dollars. So what we did this year, we talked about last month, was October 2024, the demographers report. We have changed from, we used to use the moderate growth. Now, and for the last couple of years, we have not hit that number. We've been 200, 300, 400 students less than that consistently for the past couple of years. So this year worked real hard. The demographer did a fabulous job of working and kind of revamping. So they came out with a reduced growth projection, so that's what we're using. So we're using the 42,448 students, which is about a 0.4, 0.39 if you want to get technical, decline of about 165 students than what we actually was our actual for in October. It was still about 300, 400 less than what we had budgeted, but we've made that adjustment already in a previous budget amendment. So the revenue adjustment for pre-K, we'll make those half funded, and then maintain our ADA at 94%. Love to be able to track the 4th and 5th 6 weeks, and if some of those things hold, to be able to bump that to 94.25 or 94.5. But we'll watch that. But that would be a pleasant surprise, and it would definitely help out. But it's good to see that it's being addressed, and we're starting to see some results, and hopefully we're in a position where we can sustain and maintain those. Our 2024 values increased by 7.11%. We are projecting 4% local value taxable growth this year. We just got our Tarrant County values, our preliminary. They're looking at about not down between 2.5% and 5%. That is a small one. 25% of our district boundary, Wilco. We get the numbers tomorrow, but we are expecting that to be more in the 6 to 8% growth. So between the two, we feel that a 4% is solid. Maybe even a little too conservative, but it's always easy to adjust up than adjust down. So we expect our recapture payment to increase to $12.5 million. It was about the high 11s this year, and then the same collection rate of 99%. So one of the no salary increase, I want to just clarify that. I just want to make sure everybody is clear on that language, because I know what it means to Pete Poppy, but not everybody knows what it means to them when they may read it somewhere else. I wanted to just clarify a little bit on that. So this is starting the budget assumption with not having a raise built into the budget due to we're still waiting to see what the 89th legislature does. Normally in the past, we've always started at 1 or 2%, and that's a goal. And I know that's your preference. That in the perfect world, and we're with you on that. However, with this session and with some of the things that are being talked about, we felt it was in the best interest to start at 0. Watch what the legislature does, because I think any monies we get for salaries are going to be tied to salaries. There's going to be strings to it, so I want to make sure we don't paint ourselves into a corner, so that when we're able to get the TASB study information, to know what the legislature is doing, we're able to make the best strategic decision to benefit the most employees in our district, and hopefully get them as close to being where we want them to be or at market as possible. That is the ultimate goal, but right now, we feel this is the best path forward based on the unique circumstances of being this legislative session. So the TASB study, I want to clarify, it does not cost $3 million to conduct the TASB study. It's $3 million is what we have put in the budget to fully implement the TASB study. Whether or not that's an accurate number, I do not know for certain, but I do have a pretty good idea that it's, right now, it's tentatively, the draft copies we've seen, it's a little bit above the 3, so it's not, we're not way off, and that's a good sign. Again, we will further delve into that at the February 27th budget workshop, and we're looking forward to that. And I know Casey and the HR team are working very closely with TASB to make sure that the information we get is in line with what we want, and make sure that we're able to really focus on getting everybody at market as quickly as possible. So we're going through that process. We have $1.3 million in the budget for position requests. I want to take a little question on, I want to clarify that. I don't think it's going to be $1.3 million. So I think we're going to have some money. If TASB comes in a little higher, we can move some of that over. But we will have some new positions. We do have early college. We haven't broken out, but we have some. But it's not going to be 1.3 million. That's what we started with. Once we get a better idea, I expect that number to be reduced fairly significant. But we may add a position or come to the board to add 2 or 3 while we're reducing 3 or 4 because we're just recalibrating. We don't have them approved, but we need them over here, and we'll be able to have that discussion with you at a later time and to be able to justify or to show what the end goal is. But just starting in the budget, that's the number we have in there. Now, this is the 4th year of early college high school next year. They get to full speed the 4th year, so this will be the new staffing positions based on what was presented back when the early college high school was first brought in. The second half of phasing in the police department, as you recall, we did a budget amendment earlier this year for about the same amount, and this is the second half of that. We're building in next year's budget. So that's kind of where those numbers come from. Budget payroll at 98%. So basically what we do is we take all the payroll budget and we multiply it by 9.98. So we reduce it by 2% just to adjust for vacancies, adjust for people that leave and maybe 2 months before the new person comes in. Last year we went to 97.5. We think we're maybe a tad bit little tight there. So we're going to go back up this year to 98%. We have some startup salaries for the Early Childhood Center, the ECC. We build the same number that we would normally do when we open up, the year before we open up an elementary school or another campus. We'll hire it's expected that we'll hire it's assumed right now that we'll hire the principal in the middle of the year. If that changes, then that number will change, but we have money built in the budget at this stage for that. We have startup salaries for the Science Materials Center and 18+ Services Building. We just took the same $150,000 that we had. I don't know for certain if it's actually going to be that amount, but we did put that in there just as a placeholder. We are continuing our process. This is the last year we'll increase, not last year, but we have a 2-year agreement that we will continue to do this, and then we'll have to discuss further, but we increased the monthly contribution for health insurance. We've been increasing it for $50 for the last 2 or 3 years. I want to say 4, but I wasn't here that long ago. So the 3rd year, it's just about $2.5 million. What we do is we've been reducing the transfer out each year. So we will go up 2.479, and we will reduce the transfer out by 1.5 for a net of $900-something thousand. So that is just to continue on the path that we have. So our other assumption is maintain the student allocations. The campus budgets per student were raised $3 last year. That amount remains the same. Assuming no new revenue from the state, hopefully that assumption will be incorrect, but we will go with it. The 3% budget parameter net of recapture is what we've had the last couple of years. And then I do have confirmation that the district's poverty rate for our district was 4.84%, which was below the 5%. So we will see that we will have to address the 1.5 million reduction in Title I and how that plays into the general fund budget and the services that we provide. And those conversations have been super, super high level. We haven't even begun to really delve into that part yet, but we're not far from it because we are starting that process. This is just to give you calculate our M&O rate on current law. This is probably worth the piece of paper it's printed on because of the legislative session. They're probably going to, I would expect them to continue to try to compress the M&O rate a little bit more. So currently it goes down 1.75 cents. Is what it is expected to under current law. The INS rate, we have it built on at the same rate, 33 cents. And so all said and done based on current law, based on these assumptions, the total tax rate would be reduced 1.75 cents for the 25-26 year. But I fully expect the legislature to change that with doing some compression in property tax or increasing the homestead exemptions, how they're going to do it. But it's very early in that process, and I'm not even going to try to predict what the board was going to do. Not the board, what the state legislature is going to do. So the 25-26 with the assumptions, we are approximately right now at $29 million deficit. When you take out the 3% threshold, we are looking at, sorry, I'm reading the wrong year. We are at $34 million deficit. When you take out the 3% threshold, we are right at $21.2 million over the 3% threshold. Again, we have a lot of things are going to happen. One thing not included in here is both of the bills that have been filed, both in the Senate and in the House, both have approximately $3 increase in the gold penny yield, and that's going to get us about 1.1 million. There are some other things I do expect, some funding on the special education side. I do expect some funding with mental health, and I do expect some funding in some other areas, particularly safety and security. So I think those things come into play. We have been meeting with our staff, with the operations people, our team, as well as the campus principals. Those conversations, we're starting to get feedback. We're starting to get that ball rolling, and we'll begin looking at what are the things that we can do and to reduce some costs and come up with some different scenarios. So again, we'll continue to review and modify, and let's kind of look at some of our historical data. So the current year's budget was 42,613. I mentioned earlier it's 42,448 for the next year. Refined ADA just under 39,500. Pre-K enrollment, that has gone up significantly. You can look at the last 6 years, it's gone up from 400 to 1,314. And our ADA percent, this is kind of the little hidden, little that gotcha. We were at 96 until COVID. Then we're at 93.1, 93.6, 93.5. And this year we're actually projected to be at 94. So, which is what we budgeted on. So we are starting to trend. And then the numbers we got today look like it'll be at 94.1, which would be a good sign. And hopefully those processes and those things that are being put in place will continue, and we'll be able to have a little bit more budget, some more revenue than we had in our current assumptions. This is just a slide. It's very high, it's very broad, it's very big picture. But I just want to give you an idea. It's really not, if you look at, I always look at 2011, right? That is like, that was like you cut skin, you cut muscle, you cut fat, then you cut muscle, then you hit bone. I mean, there was nothing left to cut, right? I mean, it was bad. So that we were, at that point, that was a 15.4 student to teacher ratio. Again, this is big picture. 50,000 feet high. Throughout the years, 15.4, 3, 2, 1, 14.8, 14.8, back to 15. And then we got some money with, a lot of it was with ESSER. We had a lot of things change with COVID, a lot of new needs that were so we went down to 13.8, 14.1, 14.2, 13.9. I'll tell you, it's not on the slide. This year we're at 13.5. I've already pulled the PEIMS data. So I just want to give you an idea when we look at this, because, it looks like a graph and it doesn't mean a whole lot, but basically, if you look at it from this note, every time we go if we're at 13.9 and we go from 13.9 to 14, that's a $1.4 million savings. If you go from 13.9 down to 13.8, that's going to cost you an additional $1.1 million. So it's all about, from a very big picture, where is the sweet spot or the sweet range? What exactly is that? What does that entail? Because again, at my level, I'm giving you very big, broad pictures. I'm not breaking it down between elementary, secondary, and high school. I'm not talking about special pops or anything. I'm just talking very big picture. And how does that come into play?
See, that's the question I have, because our district is so big, and we just had this whole discussion on student and teacher ratios, and there's an inequity across the district.
Yeah.
Let's just call it for what it is. And so we see 13.9, but I know that's not the case where I live. And so I'm just trying to understand, right? I see that, right? And I'm thinking again of our overcrowded campuses and their ratios. How are we ensuring we're giving those students the same outcomes and the same experiences when you do have campuses that have that 13.9? Because it's different. We can go all the way down to the testing if we need to. So what do we do?
Can I
Yeah,
have
I
a
was
question
actually,
too?
I was
And then
actually
you-
going to talk along those
And then I have to
lines.
shut it.
Yeah, sorry. I was going to talk along those lines because I've heard about campuses with really small class, like really small, say 15 students.
I have all the data.
across-
I'm aware of
Yeah,
every classroom and how many
exactly.
kids are in
And
every
so you hear
classroom
about
in the student system.
20-something
Yeah.
students, and then you hear about 15.
Yeah.
And it's like, even if 15 goes to 18 or 19, but they shrink by one class, and so they're able to, and so it's having that kind of level of scrutiny across the district. And then that's one, and so that could balance things out with other with other schools in the district. It could open up positions for, we can have intervention specialists, so we don't have to start looking for money to hire those people. So that was something that had come up from discussions with community members. And something I've brought up over and over again is the time of the day in every school that matters for ADA. Does every student and family member know that time? Like, because people are still thinking, I can take my kids out whenever and bring them out. I mean, they don't understand that as far as the
OAT time.
The attendance time for funding, it's a very specific time.
Go ahead. I'll just hit me all of them, and I'll just answer them all at one go.
You know, student-teacher ratio, we talk about this a lot. And one of the things you and I talked about is that this doesn't show us the campuses. This doesn't
No.
show us elementary versus secondary. And I said, but here's the thing, this is the number we address. When we're looking at budget and we're talking, this is the number we end up talking about that ends up impacting all those. So how do we have a discussion on this ratio, but properly impact, and also know and aware of other pressures that are out there? So properly impact, that doesn't tell me the breakdown from elementary, middle, and high school. Those are different, right? So as we're talking about this, that number is different in those different areas and environments. The other thing is, I know right now, and Anna and I were at the same conference where there was a discussion of us doing a California ratio. If we want to save money, is that we need to increase the California thing, which was a much higher ratio. And so I'm concerned about that as well, right? And yet, what we're looking at budget-wise, so can you just help me understand, as we're looking at all this, how we balance these discussions? Well,
Yeah, we got different levels. So the intent of tonight was I'm giving you the Delta flight over here, the big jetliner at 50,000 feet. However, I mean, it's an average, right? So, I'm reading this book. I'm gonna give you a quick story, and I'm gonna jump right back on. But back in the days, in the U.S. military, they built their fighter jets for an average pilot height of 5'7". So one day, someone did a research. They tested every pilot the military had. There was not one pilot who was 5'7", but that was the average height. So that's what they built the planes for. So you had an average, and there wasn't one pilot who was comfortable in that cockpit because no one was 5'7", but that was the average. So this is an average. This is a student-teacher ratio. It's an average. There's a lot that goes into that average, and that average can say 13.9. And if we don't have the systems in place to balance and recalibrate, you're right. You can have one campus over here that is 20 kids in a class, another campus over here that's 16, another one over here is 33. Now, there are other decisions that go into that, and that's the autonomy of a campus principal. If we give them FTEs based on their enrollment, and one campus principal wants all their department heads to have a period off, and this one wants to have coaches teach 2 of 8 or 3 of 8 or 4 of 8, all those things get mixed into the mix, and all of a sudden, you have 3 campuses. If they had all the same number of students, but because of, and I'm assuming they all have the same block schedule, that didn't change, but if that changed, then that could change the class size as well. But all those decisions, and some are district, some are campus autonomy, those would change your class size. So if you had 2 campus principals with the exact same but one of them felt this way about, it's important to have this extra conference period, and this one felt that wasn't as important, they'd rather just have them have their stipend. The one that had the stipend would have smaller class size because those teachers, whatever they were all able to teach a section. And if you had 6 of them, that's basically 1 FTE, whereas this one, there wouldn't be. So you gotta be careful, right? Because you don't wanna, and I say we, but as a district, we also need to come up with what's our non-negotiables? And what is our, and where's the flexibility gonna be allowed? Because I don't wanna sit here and tell you have to be at 13.9 or 14.8, but maybe 14.6 to 15. I mean, what's the range? And you have that as a principal. I can be at 14.6, I can do all these things, or I can do these things and be at 15. Where's my happy balance, or where's that mix? So I don't want to delve, I could spend an hour talking about this, and I don't think that's where we want to go tonight. But I appreciate the questions, because those are the questions that we at the administration are really starting to delve into. And whether it's based on because it's budget driven or not, it is still important discussion to have whether or not it was, if the state kicks in money tomorrow or not. We still have to figure out from a couple's perspectives. One, just make it equitable, and make sure that within the parameters that we have. And I don't know if we've really set those parameters yet. So that's the conversations that we're working on.
So not for tonight, for a future budget discussion, you're gonna be you're talking to principals right now about staffing and what they want. So you'll bring that back to us in another budget update of what they're saying and okay.
Yeah, we're in the process. I believe there's a meeting in the next couple of weeks with the secondary principals, particularly. We're looking at a product that, as I mentioned before, on the master schedule, that takes the emotion out of it, takes everything out of it, builds it, shows you exactly this is 100% efficiency. Then we can have the discussion, okay, well, what's the principal allowed to do? How much autonomy do they have? What, again, they do. But it puts it right there. It's transparent. And I don't have an issue with it, a decision that a principal makes. I have an issue when no one knows the principal's making that decision. So we can all put it there and just be transparent. We're all fine, right? This is how we want to do it. We're good with it. Move on. And so that's kind of where we're at, and just to get everybody, and we really haven't had a lot of master schedule training. From my knowledge, I don't think there's really been any in the last 20 years from the district side. Now, there may have been individual, and somebody brought somebody in. I'm not saying there has been 0, but from a district level, that has not been there. So we are working on that. I think we're having some really good, or really starting to have some really good, I call them Pete Poppy conversations. It makes everybody uncomfortable. That's where I work. That's my world. That's what I love. Okay, there's nothing if I'm comfortable, I'm not happy. Okay, and I don't mean that as a negative, but I love to tackle things that aren't, that maybe they're not always easy. That's just how I'm made. So. But for our recap, we are expected to end the current year in a deficit. We will continue to bring you those numbers as we update. We've changed the PASA to our numbers to the reduced growth scenario. As I mentioned before, we have a healthy fund balance, but we are really starting to dip into it. And if we don't make these address some of these things, and I think this is a prime opportunity, not just to address it from a budget perspective, but let's address it from a district perspective of who we are and what we want to be, and how do we have a system to where everybody's able to accomplish in an equitable manner. So, and how do we do that? And I think we have the staff that can really put our heads together and really come up with some things and really develop a system that it's going to be successful and promote success. Early forecast shows our deficit does exceed the 3% budget deficit parameter. We will continue to monitor the legislative bills. I believe the Senate is expected to release their school finance bill on the 29th. And then we'll just kind of see what the House says. At this time, it's all about jockeying for position and between the House and the Senate. So then we'll come back to you in February, and we'll come back to you each month after that.
Hey, Pete, on that recap that you had?
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me, we've had discussions tonight on long-range plan, and I'm curious how that impacts those assumptions, particularly that fund balance, if we decided to keep all the neighborhood schools open. does that impact that? Is it a possibility in your budget scenario? Particularly what if I changed it and said maybe elementary schools feel different than middle schools? Well, I just want to know right now.
No, from the CFO perspective, the decision isn't, do you keep something, do you close something, do you say, that's not where I look at it. I look at it as, if you want to keep a neighborhood school, that means we may have to come up with A, B, and C. And if you have a smaller school, this is how you're staffed. I can't staff you and give you the extra staff that these other ones have. And how flexible are we able to do that and adjust that? Because if you have a small school, but if you can make the cost similar at a per student cost, I mean, maybe there's some creative things. They get nervous when I start whipping out ideas. Okay, so we will refrain.
Don't do the ideas now.
We will refrain from that. But
I may ask you.
Yeah, but there are some opportunities to. Maybe we need to have some conversations about how do we, as a proposal, if we're going to have a smaller school, how can we keep it in a similar per student cost as a bigger campus? Is it possible? Can we do it? And if it is, then let's have that discussion and see what we can do. And based on those numbers, is that something that we feel good about or comfortable with, or what can we do? From my perspective, I mean, I look at things it's always cost, it's always money, but I do know behind that's our students, those are our community. Okay, I mean, I speak in monetary terms, but I know behind it is a story. Each of those dollars is a student, and it's a story, and are we putting them on the path towards success and make sure every student has equal opportunity? So, is that okay? I appreciate that. That's a great question, because you're right. I mean, you have to come up with scenarios, right? I mean, the answer isn't always this. We're going to do this. Let's see if there's A, B, and C, and see what we're comfortable with or what we can live with.
We've got some challenging conversations. So
We
knowing
do.
the budget prospect of it, so that I might be able to ask more questions like, what if we don't?
So I've been here a little over 2 years, and I believe we call that a problem-tunity. See? All the introduction people, I need props for that, okay? Because I remember I'm learning the lingo. So again, tonight we ask that you approve our assumptions and our budget parameter. February we'll continue to update you. March as well, and then in April. And I appreciate the questions. I know there may be some more questions. I'm definitely open for any discussion, and looking forward to walking this district and the board through this process.
I was gonna make a motion. Is that okay? Everybody's ready? I move the Board of Trustees approve the 2025-2026 proposed assumptions to be used in developing the preliminary general fund budget for the 2025-2026, covering all estimated revenues and proposed expenditures as presented.
Second.
Trish makes motion, Sade seconds. Is there any further discussion? No further discussion. All those in favor? 7 in favor, motion passes. And that moves us to our last item is item 9B6, discussion of the option to call for a voter-approved tax rate election in the fall of 2025 to achieve Leander ISD strategic plan.
I wanted to take a brief second and just walk you through why we have this on the agenda tonight. We are not calling for an election, okay? That's not what we're here to talk about. If you would go back to 2019, when House Bill 3 was adopted and passed by the legislature, that was when compression kind of first came into play, or the first time since 2006, 2007, so it'd been a while. And so the legislature said, hey, if we're going to reduce your M&O rates, we're going to put a hiatus on any district having a VADR in the fall. Well, there were some districts that said, well, hey, it's part of our strategic plan. We've had this discussion. We were planning on this long before the legislation ever passed. And so they put a caveat in there that said, hey, if you can point to a board meeting where you've had a conversation about a VADR that does kind of, it's a placeholder, that does allow you that if you want to call it, assuming they put this language in any bill that comes this year, you can point to that, then you are allowed to have a VADR. So all I'm asking, or all we're talking about, why this is on the agenda tonight, is just to say, we're going to put a placeholder. This is what this serves as. If the decision comes about after the legislature meets, we know what our budget is, and we feel that that's important for us to meet our strategic plan, you would have to call that by August 18th, 78 days prior to the uniform election date, and that would then trigger the election. What you do tonight does not trigger any election. It's just the placeholder that says, if we think it's important, if we think it's something we need to do to meet our goals based on what the legislature does or doesn't do, this opens that door and holds it for us. That's all is why it's there for tonight. It's just, I mean, I appreciate any questions that you have. Again, just want to reiterate, we're not calling a Vader. We are not doing anything of that nature. Tonight, we're just saying, we're just reserving the spot in case we feel that we need to do it.
Any questions? Nope.
So,
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm sorry, Sade.
all right, so, the reason that we had a Veda some years ago. I did see that more recently, a number of school districts had one, like the very last election, November 2024. But I think that it's a way of raising funds for the district. But I think that the only thing that I just wanted to add or request from you is helping us find creative solutions that other districts might be implementing to raise funds as well.
Yeah, our goal is, go back to the previous agenda item, is let's review and look at what we're doing first, and let's see what the legislature does before we sit here and just rely on the Vader to bail us out. I mean, that's not the mentality we want to walk into this process with. But if we need it, it's there, we have the placeholder.
So some examples, yeah. Well, some examples are reviewing our unused assets.
Yeah.
Cataloging, reviewing unused assets for opportunities. Where are they located?
Yeah, surplus property.
Sale, lease, all of that stuff, yes.
Yeah, I mean,
So
yeah.
that's an option.
Ways to generate revenue outside the norm. It's definitely an option. I know, we'll look at all of all items that we have. If we do have land that we know we're never going to use, we can maybe have those discussions and look at it and compile if we have other assets that we have as well too. I mean, just everything's on the table this session.
Yeah, I think then if we're gonna have that discussion, bring it back, because here's what I wanna know. I still can't figure this out. We're gonna do neighborhood schools. Do we keep them small? Do we pay for that? Do we help them find those efficiencies? Do they all want that? What does the community think? What do the principals make? If that happens, then we're gonna need land for district facilities. So I just wanna make sure I understand
Yeah,
kind
you want
of
to.
what the financial things are in all these pieces. I mean, I can make assumptions or make guesses, but that doesn't help me, because an elementary school might feel different than a middle school, and we might need this district facility, we might have this land, and so I just want to make sure I'm looking at this all together.
Yeah, we want to make sure we don't make short-sighted decisions. But if there are, but if we do have properties that we know do not fit into our long-range plan, do not fit into anything, then we can have that discussion. But yeah.
Thank you, sir. Since we have no further questions, it is now 11:11 p.m. and the board will go into closed session for purposes permitted by Texas Government Codes 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberation regarding resignations, terminations, employment, reassignments, duties and evaluation of personnel and public officers. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. No action will be taken in closed session. Any action related to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. It is 11:30 p.m. and the board is returning to open session. Having no further business, this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees is adjourned.